Hey, hey, SBG solution based gang, like, share, subscribe. Say no to rim, brothers, mothers, fear and sell no good suckers. Hype him up, hype him up. Shouts out Sharoon, Bracy, and the Waters. Wake up morning show, salute, big dog, shout out to the Lord. PH, give a salute, Brownsville, SBG solution based gang.
Let's go. Good day, everyone. How are we doing today? It is wild and crazy out here in these YouTube streets. It's crazy. These internet relationship experts got relationship problems. It's wild to see, man, oh man. But we gotta cover it. We have to do it. It's impossible not for us to just miss this beautiful opportunity to call out a damn hypocrite. It's too easy, goddamn. What's up, Miss J? Good day to you. Yeah. You feel me? You like it? Tell me that you like it. You know what I'm saying? How you like me? You know what I'm saying, Miss J? You see that? I don't know if Mr. Sandwich could do that right there. You know what I'm saying? You see that? That ain't no name brand. That's my name right there. You feel me? It's feeling good, feeling great. Y'all let me know how I'm sounding. You know how we like to start the day. Shout out to Corinne Mackey. Shout out to Ms. J. When I say good day to you, make sure you say it back because I can feel that great productive energy. And we're going to need it today, God damn it. So I can't believe what I am seeing and hearing. It is wild in these streets. Yeah, shout out to my tailor. You know what I'm saying? Making sure I look good. Thank you. Sound check is good. We looking good. I do need a fresh haircut. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, the things are spinning a little bit. You feel me? It's spinning a little bit. I mean, it feels good when you have a suit that is fitted for you and only you. This ain't off the rack, baby. You know what I'm saying? I do got some more accessories to it, but, you know. I even got baby girl one as well. She loves it, absolutely loves it. Her first suit ever. She absolutely enjoyed the whole process of getting measured out and everything. We recorded it and everything, so she absolutely enjoyed it, 100%. And we are going to enjoy these people just, I don't understand for the life of me how these people keep on doing the same lion mentality, the same lion tricks, and it works over and over and over again. How do they trick people so good? It's wild to see how good they trick people. And then how many people follow the trick. It's like when you look like a liar, you talk like a liar, and act like a liar, that's the thing that people are excited to support. That is the thing that they're excited to support. Let's jump into, before I go into my dialogue, let's jump into a little bit of what was being said and how things happen, and you know what I'm saying? Because it's kind of sad to be honest with you. It's very much sad. It's ridiculous even. Don't make no damn sense how this situation with Yada, you know, man, oh man. And then, you know, people were going to say that, hey, maybe it's his height. Maybe he got some little man syndrome. You know, they support the drama. Maybe they do support the drama, but they also support the liar. And that's the thing that I find highly interesting. This right here is giving Anton Daniels a win because they just recently had, about a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago, they had a debate. And, you know, but, you know, here's the thing. Yada was already known in the world for putting his hands on females. Right? It was just a rumor then. And now it's kind of being like, now that the new wife or ex-wife or soon to be ex-wife, that's what it seems like, allegedly. I don't know if she's going to go back to him or not. But according to what she's putting out there, goddamn, you kind of already knew about this, right? And we understand that we understand that, you know, people get to change, but some things, tiger stripes don't really change to it. Man, it's hard to hear about a man that put his hands on his woman, that he doesn't do it to the next one. It's very rare that actually happens. You know what I'm saying? That is very rare that a man of that is accused, because all I can say is accused. I can't prove nothing. I cannot prove anything, and I ain't gonna try to prove anything. So I don't have the proof. I ain't there. So I'm gonna say alleged. This man was alleged to put his hands on women before, and then now today, it comes out that his new wife, and probably soon to be ex-wife, if everything comes out true, that he allegedly put his hands on this young lady as well. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot with this type of personality. These type of personalities that just, you know what? Let's play a little bit of the videotape. Okay, so she said a lot. So this is how she starts it off, right? But let me read it. Okay. A new chapter after nearly 8 years. So they was together for 8 years. That is a good time, and that's a long time to be assessing what is going on with your boo thing. You know what I mean? That means if she's just now coming out with all of this situation, it is a strong possibility that this has been going on for a while. And she just at her wit's end with the whole situation. Thank you. You know, so after 8 years, I have made the difficult decision to end my relationship with the father of my children and step into a new chapter of my life. Whoo. Now, you know, if so like for me, with all the things that this man saying, what real men do, how they protect everything and how they provide everything, for a woman to say that she is ending the relationship from a provider and a protector because it's a new chapter, man, that's not looking good. Because this man's whole career is built on his wife and how he treats her well and how he provides for her and how he does all these things. He's a real man and everybody else is not, because they can't give, just because after you say hello to her, that's when you're supposed to start providing. It's crazy. I don't know about any of that. You know, so it's kind of crazy. So for years, I believed love meant fighting for your family. I gave my all. I gave my all to our home, our children, our businesses, and even protecting his reputation. Now that sentence says a lot. Even protecting your reputation. So therefore, he was doing a lot of things that he wasn't supposed to be doing according to his persona, his character, his caricature. She says, I kept believing that if we can make it through one more difficult season, peace would meet us on the other side. And you know, that's the thing that a lot of people do, right? When they keep seeing things that is damaging, they keep thinking that it is light at the end of the tunnel. Hey, when you see that person for who they are, believe them. Hey, babe, Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So it's just definitely a wild, crazy situation. You know what I'm saying? What else is being said, right? And so, but at 8 weeks postpartum, looking at a bruise on my face, how did that bruise get there? I had to stop calling it a difficult season and tell myself the truth. That is crazy work. Not 8 weeks postpartum. That is not protection, my brother. That is not what we would call protection. It's insane. It's disgusting. Doesn't make any sense whatsoever. It's disgusting. So she says it was domestic violence. My 20s were filled with business, babies, and bruises. Wow. Building, giving, forgiving, leaving, returning, healing, and hoping. I didn't leave because I stopped loving him. I left because I realized that if I continued to stay, eventually I would drown. The hardest part has been grieving the future I imagine for our children. But one day they will understand that I choose their safety and my peace over a love story I desperately wanted to save. So she was believing in the lie. And this is the issue that a lot of people have. They do not want to believe the truth that is in front of them. Once he raised his hand to you the first time, hey, you have to know you got to move forward and leave. However, majority of people do not leave these type of relations off the first slap. You know what I'm saying? They do not leave after the first slap. A lot of people keeps coming back because that person apologized. This is probably one of the reasons why he attempted to give so many gifts. Right? And this is why he tried to make himself so big and how he's such a provider and he want to give her all these gifts, buy her cars, bags, and expensive luxury items. Usually those men that have to do that all the time is usually because they messed up somewhere. They're doing something they ain't supposed to be doing within that relationship. You are somewhere along the line, you are breaking that covenant between you and your lady. And that's why you got to flower them with gifts. Because if you're really loving on her every single day and doing the right things, you don't have to flower her with gifts every single minute. But you was using this lady, you was using her to be this persona that you was pushing out. But for whatever reason, people love the persona. It's crazy. Right, what else? I've learned that people can change. People can heal, but you don't have to love yourself. You don't have to lose yourself waiting for them to do it. Loyalty should never require abandoning yourself. Woo, damn. I don't share this for sympathy or to tear anyone down. What happened is part of my story, but it will never become my identity. Good for you, young lady. I am more than someone's wife. I am more than the things I survived. I am a mother, a woman of faith, a visionary, and a woman learning what it means to choose herself. And through this journey, House of Divine was born. I am turning my pain into purpose and my purpose into power for every woman who may one day need the courage, information, and resources I once searched for. Man, this is looking, I mean, I don't know. She learned how to grift as well. So, you know, I don't know. I guess that's a great thing. You know. Sheesh. Oh. Mm.
I'm embarrassed, I'm ashamed, I'm hurt.
Wow.
But I know I'll make it through. how everything, yada, everything. I'm here getting the rest of my stuff.
Insane. This is wild.
I'm embarrassed. I'm ashamed. I'm hurt.
Crazy. Insane.
But I know I'll make it through.
So this is Yada's wife. You know Yada Awakening, unlikely. His name is Yada Awakening. You know the young man. Thank you, Genesis. So if this is all true and that this black eye that she has came from her man, if it came from Yada, because I gotta say, hey, this is YouTube, so I have to say allegedly, because we didn't see it actually happen. So this is just disgusting. It shows that he has not learned anything. He has not grown at all. And he's just moved on and kept on, lying to folks, tricking folks. But people like to be triggered. People like to deal and dabble with the liars. We all look at this man and we know that he was a goddamn scam. You know what? I gotta be careful with my words nowadays. We know that this man didn't have a lot of truth in him, that he was doing a lot of nefarious things. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so she's saying she left him. She wrote a whole soliloquy about it and how she is choosing herself now finally. And she's been married to him for 8 years. She's been married to Yada Awakening for 8 years, and now she's finally come out. So you know that this is probably one of the worst ones that happened. It takes a few, sad to say, but it takes a few knocks upside the head for a woman to actually leave a physically abusive man, because they always believe he won't do it again, especially Shiesty Bum, especially when he is attempting to shower you with gifts every time he busts you upside your head. That Birkin bag ain't worth a bust upside your head. It's just not worth the oops upside your head. So let's see what things that they are talking about. So it says what it says. Okay. Just a FYI, I have to find a way to get my mouth fixed fast. That's crazy. That night you hit me, broke off the rest of my tooth. That is wild. And I've been having severe pain since it is infected. Oh, if it's infected, it will cause my breast milk to become infected. So this woman just gave birth 8 weeks. She's 8 weeks. And he already bust her tooth out. And if it's infected, it's going to affect the breast milk. Now let's see what a provider and protector husband is going to respond to that. He says, go to Dr. Dave. That's the best bet at the best price. That does not sound like somebody that is a concerned, protective husband. That's crazy. You were supposed to be there with me. You were supposed to always be my safe place. I hate that you did this to our family. Have a good day, Yada. What it says? What did it say? Hold on. Let me see. What did it say? I told you I didn't even like that girl. Who allows someone to just drink? So clearly it's also another woman involved. Yes, that is him. Yep, that's him. So clearly it's also another woman involved. It's that whole, Now he makes it very difficult for a lot of situations. You know, you just can't trust men that communicate the way how he does for a lot of situations. It doesn't, the things that he say, it doesn't sound like it's coming from the heart. It sounds like it's something out of a playbook. Doesn't sound real at all. Not even a little bit. Let's see. What is this? Oh, that she's showing another bruise on the side of her face. Maybe that's a different time when she had that bruise. Let's see what she's
Speak
talking
to
about.
Yada again. Ever again. What would you tell him? What will be your last message?
That part's gonna make me cry. But I try everything in my heart. I love you. You will always be my best friend.
Damn.
But I have to choose myself and I have to protect our babies. And I would much rather them have both parents alive than to one be in a hospital with something terminal or one of us not to be here. So I'm praying for you though. That's what I would say.
That's crazy. That's wild. Yeah, just give her time. Oh yeah, tomorrow, whatever. Just give her time where they could call me. Yeah, and this just shows how difficult it is for women to leave these situations. It is not easy for women to leave these situations at all. Right? She's still talking about her best friend. What up, Sway? She's still talking about that's my best friend. Still talking about how much she loves him. Even though she's saying that one of us might not be either alive or one of us going to be injured and hurt and all these type of things. That's wild. That's crazy. And, you know, the internet relationship experts, you know, got relationship problems. You know, that's just wild. All right, people, today, we need to talk about something that, you know, I have officially decided is one of the most dangerous professions in America. Shout out to Sway Producer. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. It's much appreciated. It says Good Tuesday, goddamn. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Much love. And so, you know, it's one of the most dangerous professions in America. This is what we are witnessing. Not police officer, not firefighter, not construction worker, which I know a lot about. Relationship content creator. I'm saying. Because apparently the minute a man buys a microphone and a ring light, becomes, you know, and he becomes professor of women. Brother been married 6 months, got 400,000 followers. Now he's online, fellas. Let me explain the feminine spirit. The divine feminine spirit. You just learned where the damn logic determinant goes, goddamn. What the hell you talking about? And the internet love these people. One side tells you a real man does this. The other side, a high value man does that. A feminine woman does this. A submissive woman does that. Protect her. Provide, lead. Never tolerate disrespect. And everybody has rules, right? Meanwhile, the actual relationships look like an episode of Dateline. And today we got 3 different stories. We got 3 different stories, 3 very different men, 3 very different situations, but there's one question connecting all of them. Who are you when the cameras turn off? Because anybody can have principles on a podcast. The question is whether those principles survive the ride home. So, Yada Awakening. Let's start with Yada Awakening. Now, Yada built a reputation talking about how men should treat women. That's what he did. Started a whole situation. You know what? Let me see if I can find another video of this crazy man on the things that he be saying. This is kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy.
Man, stop providing.
All right, so we'll play that one in a second. So and this brother wasn't giving regular relationship advice. Nah, this was premium masculinity. A real man provides. A real man protects. A real man spoils his woman by gifts. Take care of her, honor her, make her feel secure. And listen, there's nothing wrong with that message. And that's how you believe relationships should operate. Beautiful. Beautiful. But there's one little requirement. You got to do it too. That's the problem with becoming a preacher. Once you build the pulpit, eventually somebody starts checking whether you attend church. Now, his longtime partner, Divine Queen, right, has publicly announced the end of their relationship and made serious allegations against him, including physical abuse. Those are her allegations. We don't know everything, what happened privately, and we weren't in that house. We were not the judge. We are not the jury. So I'm not going to sit here and tell you something happened that I cannot independently prove. I can't do that. I can't do that. And seeking the truth, I don't understand what you're saying. That's what your friend, your mentor Yada was saying. But I will tell you why the allegations create such a massive public reaction, because of the brand, right? That's what makes this different. If your whole brand is, this is how real men treat women, and then the woman closest to you says, hold on, let me tell you how this man treated me. Ooh. 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 That's different. That's like finding out your dentist ain't got no teeth. I'm sorry. You can still know dentistry, but I got questions. This is the danger of turning your personal philosophy into a business, because normal people get to be hypocrites privately. You definitely don't mistakenly beat up your spouse. That's allegedly. You know what I'm saying? I'm just going by what the lady has said. I don't know. I wasn't there. You know what I mean? People get to be hypocrites privately usually. Normal dude says, man, I need to communicate better. Fine. Content creator says, hey, you know what? Let's play one of his videos. Let's play one of his videos. How about that? Let's see what the man was talking about.
For a woman.
Hello. As soon as a man says hello, a real man is a provider. A real man's only stepping into a woman's life to provide. If a man is saying hello and he's not willing to provide for me from hello, he's coming to bring games, he's coming to bring shame, he's coming to bring confusion into your life. A real man knows what he wants. If what a man's like, I don't even know the woman, I know myself. A real man knows himself. A real man knows if I'm speaking to a woman, I'm going to take time from you. And I understand my time is valuable, so I know your time is valuable. So everything that comes with you is now my responsibility. Only weak men run from responsibility. So hello, how you doing? I'm interested in you. Now everything that comes with you is now my full responsibility. I have interest in you, and I want to show you who I am. I want to show you that I'm a man. Matter of fact, call your father. Tell your father right now that he don't have to do nothing but be a father, because you are now my full, complete responsibility and everything that comes with you. If you had children from the past, if your house is falling apart, if your dog needs food, whatever it is, a real man gonna step into your life and elevate it. This is just what real men do. Only the boys complain about it, the ones that haven't reached their full potential. A man that reaches full potential, we're not playing no games. Come here, let me take care of you.
Wow. Wow. That is a lot. Wow. That is a lot. What up, Ak? I got you, Ak. Ak said, Lord, let me in now. I got you, Ak. Hold on, goddamn. Make sure y'all hitting that like and that share button. Make sure you're supporting the show. Hit all the goddamn support buttons that you possibly can. It's crazy. What's up, Lamar? What up, Kulu? What up, Kulu? This shit is crazy, Kulu. Absolutely insane, right? And so we know this shit is crazy to me. You know what I'm saying? And then he got masculine men must master. You know, he got all these things. Masculine men must master. Now we checking receipts. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. You put a course on it. $7.99. Module 1, protect her peace. Module 2, lead her with love. Module 3, apparently we need to hear from your wife. Because you can't sell morality and then ask everybody not to examine your morals. Right? That's part of the transaction. And the gift thing especially fascinates me because the internet has confused. They have confused providing things with providing safety. Those are not necessarily the same thing. A man can buy a woman a Birkin bag and still make her miserable. Louis Vuitton does not cure dysfunction. You cannot terrorize somebody Monday through Thursday, and then Friday, baby, I got you a Chanel. If you love me, buy me Chanel. No. She looking at that body like, is there peace in there? Open it. I don't want shoes. I want emotional stability. And he like, shit, those were sold out. Real men, you know what I'm saying? And I think we need to retire one phrase for just a little while. Real men, everybody uses it. Real men do this, real men don't do that. Brother, who is using these licenses? Who? Is there a DMV Department of Masculinity? Where is it, God damn it? You walk in there, I'm here for real man renewal. Did you provide? Yes. Protect? Yes. Communicate? Sometimes. Sir, we're gonna need you to you need to retake the written exam. Because masculinity isn't an Instagram caption. Character is what happens when nobody is applauding. That's the difference. That is the goddamn difference. That's the real difference. You know what I'm saying? So now we also have this whole ABBA situation. It keeps getting worse and worse. Like, he cannot stop lying and booty clapping these women. Man, oh man. You know what I'm saying? ABBA, you know what I'm saying? Like, I can't believe this shit. Like, you thought he learned his lesson after impregnating 3 women. You think he'll learn his lesson after impregnating 3 women? No, it ain't, Lamar. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. ABBA now, let's move on. Let's move over to ABBA, right? So we could finish out this trilogy. ABBA now, let's move over to ABBA, right? Because this situation introduces another delicious internet ingredient, right? And that ingredient is called irony. ABBA and Preach built a huge audience partly by criticizing internet foolishness, red pill guys, dating gurus, gender war insanity, right? Men saying wild things about women, women saying wild things about men. They spent years pointing at hypocrisy, and sometimes correctly. That's why people watch. But here's the problem when you become the guy who critiques everybody. When you critique everybody else, eventually the internet critiques you. Oh, the internet has no loyalty. The internet is like a cat. You can feed that thing for 8 years. One day, you die, it might eat you. You know what I'm saying? Make sure y'all are doing the right thing of hitting all the support buttons. Make sure we get all the love that we need. Hit the likes, hit the shares, and if you have anything, please hit those support buttons. We only got 1 super chat for $2 for the day so far. Make sure if you're watching, if you can, hit the like, hit the share. Thank you so much. There have now been multiple women online making accusations and complaints concerning ABBA. Again, allegations are not convictions. A person making an accusation doesn't automatically establish that every detail is true. And I want to emphasize that because internet culture has gotten insane. Somebody posts, here's what happened. 5 minutes later, Twitter, we have reached a verdict. Brother, nobody even interviewed a witness. Some dude named Dragon Ball Zaddy 45 after revealing all available evidence. What evidence? God damn it. You sit in your underwear eating Doritos. What evidence? You're not the district attorney, but here's where ABBA does deserve scrutiny, regardless of how the allegations ultimately shake out. If you have spent years criticizing a particular culture of male behavior, and be careful with your words. Seeking truth, be careful with your words. Make sure you are being respectful, especially if you are not supporting the show with likes, shares, and super chats. If you want to curse somebody out, curse them out with a super chat so I could read what you are trying to say. Right? And they spent years criticizing a particular culture of male behavior. And women start describing behavior from you, and they believe, everybody believes that, you resemble some of the same attitudes you criticized. That's the craziest part about this. That's the craziest part. People are going to ask, do your principles apply to you? That's what we want to know. Do they apply to you? Because we see a lot of people could talk the talk, but they cannot walk the walk. Thank you so much. Shout out to Angie B. Baby. Good day, Sharon. Good day to you. Sharp Sapphire Jacket. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Hey, look, Shiesty. Hold on, let me show Shiesty something. Hey, Shiesty, they be talking hella shit, but look, this one's made by me. You know what I'm saying? You see that right there? I got my name in there. Ain't got no Tom, nobody. Ain't no Ralph, none. It's Sharon, baby. You feel me, Shiesty? You know what I'm saying? Do your principles apply to you? That's fair, because that's the biggest problem. That's the biggest problem with commentary channels. We get extremely good at identifying everybody else's bullshit. Our own, we suddenly need context. Somebody else does something, this is exactly what's wrong with modern men. You do it, well, it's actually nuanced situation. No. What up, the plug? It's nuanced now. Oh, I get it. You ain't had no nuance on Tuesday, Abba. Tuesday, you had a thumbnail. This man is destroying society. Now it's you. I think everybody needs to reserve judgment, right? Now we get it. Red pill versus anti-red pill. And here's something I've been saying, right? Sometimes red pill and anti-red pill become mirror images. One guy says women are the problem. The other guy builds his identity saying those guys who say women are the problem are the problem. Everybody's talking about relationships. Everybody's analyzing women. Everybody analyzing men. Not too much, but they are. Everybody got evolutionary psychology charts. Everybody got statistics. Nobody's saying maybe I need therapy. You know what I'm saying? Nobody's saying maybe I need therapy. Hell. Hell, I know. We got a podcast. The red pill, look. The red pill guys has a $4,000 microphone explaining why women can't pair bond. The anti-red pill guys has a $4,000 microphone explaining why the first guy doesn't understand women. Meanwhile, both their girlfriends upstairs like, can one of you take the trash out? Babe, I'm discussing gender dynamics. Take the damn trash out. Oh, man. Shut your ass up. Isn't that why one of the red pill guys, the manosphere, the founding father of the manosphere, got his dog kicked in and told him, shut the hell up, I got work in the morning? Yeah. You know what I'm saying, Lamar? Oh, Professor. Let me see. Preach has a interesting position too, right? And then there's Preach, because when you are a duo, and one person's professional life becomes part of the story. now everybody watches the partner, right? That's uncomfortable because people start asking, are you going to keep the same energy? And I actually think that's a legitimate question with limits, right? Preach isn't responsible for Ava's private behavior. Friends aren't parole officers. Business partners aren't babysitters. But when your platform is built on publicly evaluating other people's behavior, your audience naturally watches how you respond when controversy comes home. That's human nature, because everybody loves standards until the standards walk through their own front door. It's crazy. Now we got one more story. Brothers, we gotta get it together, goddamn. Hold on, I forgot to do this part. Let me go. I ain't even checking the likes. Where the likes at? Can somebody tell me where the likes at? Where the shares at? Where's the color in the chat? We need some people hitting the colors in the chat. Put some color in the chat, people. God damn it. Stop being so selfish. Hold on. While y'all get it together, while y'all start hitting the like button. We need y'all to start hitting the share button. You know what I'm saying? All right. We need y'all to start hitting that like button and that share button. And you know I'm going to open up the link, but we know everybody's going to act like all of a sudden when I put the link out there for them to have a discussion about the things that I'm saying or the topic at hand, all of a sudden everybody going to forget how to hit a StreamYard link. Everybody's going to forget how to hit a StreamYard link. So we will see. And then also we got this Joey Badass situation, which is I find very interesting as well. Right? Joey Badass. From New York, dope rapper. He's an artist, model, actor. Joey Badass, and now Joey Badass and Soraya. I believe that's how you pronounce her name. Now, this situation is different because Soraya has publicly announced that she's ending their engagement. It's crazy. Why would she be doing this? Why is all of this happening?
The type to come.
I just want to understand, why is all this happening? Right? Ending their engagement and her stated reason, repeated infidelity. Keep your thing in your pants, fellas. If you're with a woman and you're saying you want to love her and marry her for the rest of your life, don't let you putting your penis in another woman be the reason why your relationship ends. That's just ridiculous. That don't make no sense. It don't make no sense whatsoever. Nope. Another one. Did not marry her, right? Hey, listen, Joe, he doing the wrong things. I can't. I'm sorry. I just gotta call it how I see it. Repeated infidelity. Not we grew apart. Not we are at different places in life. Not the celebrity classic. We have nothing but love and respect for one another. No. You know that statement whenever celebrities say, "Hey, we have nothing but love and respect." Somebody threw a goddamn lamp. But Soraya came out and said she had faced repeatedly infidelity through the relationship. They have a child together. They were engaged. And that's painful because now this isn't just boyfriend and girlfriend figuring things out. No, you created a family. You created a family. Joey had already told us something important, you know, and here what makes Joey's story particularly interesting because Joey had previously spoken publicly about being polyamorous. Then during his relationship with Soraya, you know, he talked about choosing monogamy. Now, that is an important distinction because cheating and non-monogamy are not the same thing. People confuse this constantly. Like polyamory, we have mutually agreed rules allowing other relationships. Cheating, I had some personal amendments to the agreement that I forgot to tell you about. That's what cheating is. You know what I mean? I made some personal amendments to our agreements that I just simply forgot to tell you about. Right? That's different. You can't be like, baby, technically I'm polyamorous. She says, we agreed to monogamy. Right. But spiritually, no, I'm sorry, sir, no. There is no spiritual loophole. Sorry to tell you. There's no spiritual loophole, right? Men want the benefits of monogamy and the freedom of being single. And here's where Joey's story becomes bigger, right? It becomes bigger than Joey. Some men want a fascinating relationship package. What up, Bandit? They want a loyal woman, a family, a home, a child, emotional support, somebody waiting for them, right? Somebody believing in them, somebody building with them, and they would also like to believe like they're single whenever opportunity presents itself. Good day to you. Brother, that's not a relationship. That's Amazon Prime masculinity. That's what that is. But let me let the young lady speak for herself.
Online, but this person needs to be shown for exactly who he is.
Oh, damn.
And
Y'all can't see
I
that,
am
right?
so fucking upset, and I don't know if one day I'll regret this, but right now I don't regret it because this person has been a literal piece of shit to me
Damn.
in private, and not even in private because a lot of people publicly know, family knows and everything, but this person proposes to me, wants to build a life with me, has me move my life out here, cheats on me, I find out, continuously just telling me that he doesn't want that life, he wants me, da da da, then proceeds to be out with people. And yes, I have my receipts. I have my fucking receipts. But you guys will know who the fuck this is. And I don't want this to be a confusion any longer. There's no podcast he can get on, sweet talking the world. It's over with. I've never been the type to come online, but this person needs to be shown for exactly who he is. And I am so fucking upset, and I don't know if one day I'll regret this, but right now I don't regret it because this person has been a literal piece of shit to me in private, and not even in private because a lot of people publicly know, family knows and everything, but this person proposes to me, wants to build a life with me, has me move my life out here, cheats on me, I find out, continuously just telling me that he doesn't want that life, he wants me, da da da, then proceeds to be out with people. And yes, I have my receipts. I have my fucking receipts. But you guys will know who the fuck this is. And I don't want this to be a confusion any longer. There's no podcast he can get on, sweet talking the world. It's over with. I've never been the type to come online, but this person needs to be shown for exactly who he is. And I am so fucking upset, and I don't know if one day I'll regret this, but right now I don't regret it because this person has been a literal piece of shit to me. Over with.
Like, what the fuck is the point of that?
You're just lashing out.
Like,
God damn, I was on mute that whole time. So we got, all right, so that was her explaining herself of what was going on. So also we have the next video is Joey Badass talking to a young lady. Hopefully this is not the mistress because that would be diabolical for Joey to be talking to the mistress about this whole situation, right? In my opinion, it's crazy to me. So he's responding. He is talking to a young lady over the phone. Somehow I don't know how she got the audio. I don't know exactly how she got the audio. I have no idea. But listen, what I got to say is this: like, you cannot go around acting as if you want to be with this one woman and one woman only, create a child with her, put a ring on it and say that, hey, yeah, I'm going to be with you and only you, and then now you want to back up and say, hey, it is what it is. And the problem is a lot of men do not want to just come out and say this is a problem. That men need to keep their goddamn penis in their pants if that's what they saying that they are going to do. You understand? If you are going around telling these women and lying to these women, hey, that is a problem. That is a problem. And and it seems like this lady, before she was with Joey Badass, she was doing she was doing good. She was getting her name up. She was making records. And then ever since she was with Joey Badass, it seemed like she was attempting to take the back seat, let him lead and do the right thing. And look what happened. Look what happened now. And we all understand, like, hey, I know most men don't look at cheating as a problem. I get it. Majority of y'all do not look at this as a problem. But it's an issue. It's a serious issue, just lying to women. So this is the second part of him getting somehow this private conversation with this lady. Hopefully it ain't the lady that he cheating with.
This is your son's grandmother. This is your son's grandmother. Like, what are you talking about?
But I'm saying, like, the empathy to have is that she's embarrassed. Like, you have to realize that she's like, I was engaged, I have a child, people are asking me when I'm getting married, now I'm not going to be with him anymore. And it's just like, you know, it's embarrassing. And she's taking it out on you instead of dealing with the fact that, like, it is so crazy because I hate to say this to people because it's so, like, bitch, existential, but it's like, everything is finite in the end. Whether you got to separate because of that. No, but it's like, people need to hear that, but it's like, if everyone would just be like, God is your source, whatever God you praise you, and everything is finite. So just party while you're here, like whatever party means to you. You know what I mean? But like, you can be mad about it.
Over with.
Like, what the fuck is the point of that?
You just flashing out.
Like,
We have.
Damn. Damn. And so, let's read what she says. Okay. And this is when, like, hey, man, we just got to call a thing. Right? So she writes, there comes a point in a woman's life when choosing herself is no longer an option. It becomes necessary. This is, all right, no doubt. So, thank you, Uda. So, this is a problem again, right? It sounds very similar to the first young lady with Yada. It sounds very similar. It's kind of wild that in the same week, damn near the same day, that these two very ladies are going to the same thing. It is something in the air. It's something in the frequency. It is something going on with our brothers that is a clear. It's some kind of conscious thing going on that is happening. That these brothers are all doing the same thing to their women. You know, it's just a very weird thing. Let me continue reading. What she wrote. And I think this is going to be I believe this is going to be very damaging to Joey's career. This is going to be very damaging. Will he be able to recover? Most likely, because most people do not look at, in these industries, they don't look at cheating as that big of a deal, which is strange to me. I don't know. It's just very weird. Super weird to me. Right? So now the next line. After much thought, I have made the difficult decision to end my engagement and relationship with the father of my child, Joey. Lord have mercy. I love deeply, very similar to what the other lady wrote. Believe wholeheartedly in my life we were building, very similar to the first lady as well. And wanted nothing more than to protect our family, damn near verbatim. Maybe they got the same publicist, I don't know. Unfortunately, I also had to face a painful truth. They have been repeatedly infidelity throughout our relationship, even including during some of the most vulnerable and meaningful moments of my life. So that means while she was, man, please, one fish, two fish, red fish. Please, thank you so much. Hit the damn like button. Hit the share button. If you have not supported the channel with 99 cents in a month or two, please be so kind and hit the 99-cent super chat. I appreciate y'all. I'm doing my best out here. Hopefully y'all enjoying yourself. Hopefully I'm adding some value to your long work day and you enjoying yourself. So if you are enjoying yourself, hit one of those goddamn support buttons. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Damn. And then also she says, unfortunately, I also had to face a painful truth. There had been repeatedly. Okay, so that means even when she was pregnant, giving birth, and all that, she was still doing his damn thing. I share this not for sympathy, retaliation, or to publicly tear anyone down. Bullshit. A bullshit. I share it because too many women are taught to question themselves before they question what is happening right in front of them. If your intuition is telling you something is wrong, listen to it. It is so crazy that these two women that most likely don't know each other, and they have the same exact experience almost at the same exact time with two very noticeable men, and they both had to write a public statement that damn near sound verbatim. Men, we gotta figure this shit out. Because they want to believe the lies that they tell them. Don't make yourself small. Don't make yourself smaller to keep someone else comfortable. Shout out to that. Don't compromise your values because you're afraid of losing the future you imagine. Shout out to that. And don't allow someone else's choices to become a referendum of your worth. Sheesh, she out there cooking. She out there cooking. Too bad she didn't have those thoughts earlier. But sometimes, you know, love can make you do that. Getting piped down a certain way can make you do that. Fame and all these other things, it could cloud your judgment. It can really cloud your judgment. Let's see who's gonna hit the link today. Let's see who's gonna hit the link today. And here's where Joey's story becomes bigger than Joey. Some men want a, you know, fascinating relationship package. They want a loyal woman, right? A family, a home, child, emotional support, right? Somebody waiting on them, somebody believing in them, somebody building with them. And they also like to behave like they're single, right? Whenever they like to also act single whenever opportunity presents itself. And brother, that's not a relationship. It's just not. Right? You want everything delivered with no additional cost. It doesn't work like that. Commitment requires giving something up. That's literally what makes a commitment, right? But men are naturally, you know, here comes somebody, but men naturally desire, you know, multiple women. Okay. Humans naturally desire a lot of shit. Humans desire a lot of shit. I naturally desire cheesecake every night. So what? You know what I don't eat? Cheesecake every night. Consequences. Being adult is mostly discovering things you would like to do, and then remembering tomorrow exists. That's adulthood. I want to spend all my money. Tomorrow exists. I want to tell my boss exactly what I think. Tomorrow exists. I want to sleep with everybody. Your fiance exists. You know what I'm saying? Your fiance exists. No. Ah, man. And what struck me about the Soraya statement is that she talked about betrayal during vulnerable and meaningful periods of her life. Think about that. Pregnancy, motherhood, building a family. Those are the times when somebody is relying heavily on their partner. That's why infidelity during those periods can feel absolutely brutal, because you're not just breaking sexual rule, you're breaking the sense that we're doing this together. And once somebody stops believing that, the relationship changes. Now we gotta connect all three. Man, this is why I want to talk about all three stories together. Yada, Abba, and Joey Badass. Different men, different allegations, different circumstances. We should not pretend these stories are legally or morally identical. They're not, but they create one fascinating cultural conversation. Men are very good at describing men they think a man should be. Yada public message centers heavily around treating and protecting women. Now his partner is making serious allegations about how she was treated privately. Abba has made a career criticizing toxic dating ideology and internet hypocrisy. Now allegations concerning his own behavior have people asking whether the critique follow his own standards. And Joey publicly moved from talking about polyamory towards monogamy and building a family. Now his fiance says repeated infidelity ended their engagement. Different stories, same uncomfortable question. Is your philosophy something you live or something you sell? Social media created professional moralists. That's what the internet created, professional moralists, right? Everybody is a goddamn philosopher now. You ever notice nobody online says, I don't know. Nobody. Everybody knows everything. Men been divorced 4 times. Here are the 7 keys to a successful marriage. 7. You ain't found one. How you got 6 extras? God with 8 baby mothers. Modern women don't understand family. Brother, you have started 4 separate school districts. Maybe sit this episode out. You know what I'm saying? Like this episode ain't for you. Women do it too, and don't think I'm letting women off the hook. You know, women got relationship gurus too. Woman hasn't spoken to her husband since 2019. Ladies, here's how to maintain feminine energy in your marriage. Your husband downstairs playing PlayStation with headphones on because y'all hate each other. Everybody's teaching, everybody's learning. We confuse language with character, right? And that's really the problem. Social media made us confuse knowing the right words to being a good person, right? Therapy language, relationship language, masculinity language. Everybody knows the vocabulary, boundaries, accountability, trauma, protect, provide, safe space, emotional intelligence. Brother can say emotional intelligence 17 times and still emotionally terrorize everybody in the house. You know what I'm saying? It's just what it is. You know, vocabulary ain't character. It's not. You can memorize every relationship book ever read and still be an asshole. And content creation makes this worse because eventually your personality becomes inventory. Your marriage becomes content. Your values become content. Your children become content. Your relationship becomes proof that your philosophy works. Look at us. Black love, healthy masculinity, feminine energy, king and queen, the one and only day queen gets Instagram, you know. Oh, yeah, it's crazy. Oh shit. The kingdom has released documents. That's when social media becomes the National Archive. Screenshots, voice notes, old DMs, deleted videos, somebody's cousin. I've been waiting 3 years to say this. And what people need to understand, they got to stop attempting to build a brand on perfection. And here's the lesson for creators. Stop selling perfection. You aren't perfect. You are not perfect. Nobody is. Tell people. This is what I believe. This is what I'm trying to practice. This is where I fell. That's honest, because once you start saying a real man always, brother, you better always. Once you say real men always, my brother, you better always. The internet has screenshots. I don't know, Shiesty. The internet has screenshots. You know what I'm saying? And there we go, Mike. Me neither. I'm not neither. Y'all already know that. I already told you all my ills anyway. So, you know, even though people want to try to act like they, I ain't never talk about. But I want to say something serious, right? We have to learn how to discuss accusations, responsibility, especially accusations involving abuse. We got to take them serious. Listen, examine evidence. Don't be automatically, you know, transform accusations into a conviction. We can't do that neither. That's important for everybody. Women deserve to be heard. Men deserve not to be declared guilty solely because somebody posted something. Those two principles can exist simultaneously. It can. The internet hates that sentence because the internet requires teams. Team him, team her. Maybe I'm team, find out what happened. Apparently that's not, you know, available anymore. And cheating is different. With Joey and Saraya, we have her directly and publicly saying repeatedly infidelity is why she left, right? Joey may even, he might eventually respond. He may dispute details. We don't know yet, but here's what we do know. A woman who was preparing to marry this man and shares a child with him, publicly says, I'm done, that tells you something broke. Something seriously broke. And regardless of celebrity gossip, there's a human tragedy underneath it, right? A family isn't going to exist in the form they imagine. A child will have parents navigating co-parenting. That's not entertainment to them. That's their life. Remember what I said from the beginning. Relationship content creators might be the most dangerous job in America because eventually your woman might fact check the podcast. Imagine that. You downstairs, real men create emotional safety. From upstairs, do they? You know what I'm saying? Podcast immediately goes to commercial break. That said, today's episode is sponsored by BetterHelp. Perfect sponsor. The bigger lesson for men, right? Here's what I think we can actually take from this, right? Stop worrying so much about looking like a good man. Be one. You don't need Instagram to certify it. You don't need other men clapping. You don't need women commenting, right? Where can I find a man like you? You don't need that. Your wife knows. Your girlfriend knows. Your children know. The people living with you know that your real, you know, that's your real comment section, your real life. You can delete YouTube comments. Can't delete your wife's memory. Well, even though a lot of men, hey, that's a whole nother conversation. Shout out to Peasy Ain't Going. Salute to you, my brother. Salute to Peasy Ain't Going with the 10 ball. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that. Make sure y'all be just like Peasy going. Let's keep the color in the chat going. And we got to keep it moving. I only could live with y'all. That's it. We both got to do our part. Right? Y'all got to hit the likes. Y'all got to hit the shares. Y'all got to hit the super chat. You got to hit the cash apps. You know what I mean? Just what it is. It's what we need. I can't only support celebrities, as you can see what these celebrities do. All right. And we also, you know, people got to stop turning these goddamn content creators into prophets. Watch them, learn something. If they have something useful to teach, you know, laugh, discuss. But remember, you know their content. You don't know them. A microphone creates familiarity. It doesn't create intimacy. Somebody can make 700 hours of content and you still don't know how they behave at 1:30 in the morning during an argument. That's a person they partner knows. Y'all, the situation would continue to unfold. Abbott deserves the same fairness he would, you know, hopefully give anybody else facing allegations, but also the same scrutiny he's built, you know, he's built a career applying to others. And Joey Badass, if Soraya's account is accurate, another man may have discovered the oldest lesson in relationships. You can love freedom or you can compromise commitment. You know, but once you promise commitment, your freedom have boundaries. That's the real deal. And ultimately, these stories aren't about red pill. They're not about blue pill. They're not about feminism. They're not about masculinity podcasts. They're about integrity. Does the person you present publicly resemble the person your family experienced privately? Because eventually, the podcast ends. The live stream ends. The comments stop, the lights turn off, and you're standing in the kitchen with the person who actually knows you. No microphone, no subscribers, no applause, no super chats. I'm starting to get used to it. I need y'all to start pushing out some super chats. We need some more. No real man speeches, just you. And that's where your philosophy gets tested. Not on YouTube, not on Instagram, not on a podcast, at home, because anybody could teach a relationship course. Anybody can make a motivational video. Anybody can tell the internet what a man is supposed to do. The real question is much simpler. What do you do? You know, and gentlemen, before you upload your next 45-minute video explaining women, you might want to walk upstairs and ask yours. Ask your woman, because apparently they got a channel too. And when that channel goes live, brother, you know, the comments are gonna be disabled. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So while y'all get it together, while y'all get the super chats up, while y'all get the cash apps up, somebody drop the cash app in there. We need some cash apps. We need some super chats. We need some likes. We need all those things. And while y'all getting that together, I'm going to play y'all song so I could go do a quick bathroom break. Y'all get it together and support the stream. I appreciate y'all.
Wireless wake up show. We get it cracking, no acting. Say what you say, but bring facts with it. I'm Sharon Bracey, come face me. All love. But we saw the case be. Boom. Boom. Hey, this the Wireless wake up show. Lights on, case closed. With sips on deck, no capping. Just proof exposed facts. Challenge me, let's see what's happening. We don't pretend. Nah, Sharon Bracey, come face me. Truth gon' win. Night turns to evidence. Mics, receipts in the file. We talk that street gospel. Broadcast live. Wireless wake up show, the truth unfold. Ain't no games, we chasing facts, we taking hold. Lights low in the studio, the tension thick. Chat scrolling, comments heavy, they expecting this. Look, I drop a jewel, it explodes, scatter in the crowd. Boom, 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 boom. You talk tough in the ends, but vanish when it's loud. I've been smelling smoke, fakeries and fraud. Boss frontin' in the streets, but the paperwork flawed. Receipts stacked tall, timelines crossing the line. This is ghetto court with a beat and a rhyme. Bring your courage, bring your proof, or get exposed tonight. I ain't afraid of the truth, I live for the fight. I'm Sharon, I call your name, come stand right here. It's all love, but the case gotta end this year. It's the Wilder wake up show. Lights on, case closed. Receipts on deck, no capping, just proof exposed. Challenge me, let's see what's happening. We don't pretend. I'm Sharon Bracey, come famous. Truth gon' win. Witnesses calling, testimony heavy. Facts, city on my back. Foundation steady. This ain't petty beef, this a purge of the lies. We strip masks off, truth televised. Every edited race, no escape from the lens. Your moves documented, beginning and end. I'm the host with the hustle, the streets on my chest. No capping, the truth manifests. A lot of them scared when the light hit true. Scared, hide in the shadow, ducking the proof. But it's the arena, respectfully loud, where the righteous get heard and the fakes disavowed. Stream overflow, donation, captive vibes. We dissect illusions, stitch timelines tight. March through the smoke, no fear at night. If you came for smoke, you best wear a mask. We spray facts heavy, can you handle the blast? This the wake up show, this the code we know. Facts over fiction, that's the life we show. Sharon Bracey, last call, last chance. All love in a circle, but the truth gon' dance. Case closed, curtains drawn, verdict tall. Wildest wake up show, we stand over all. Look, this the wildest wake up show, we stand over all. This the wildest wake up show. Lights on, case closed. Receipts on deck, no capping, just proof exposed. Challenge me, let's see what's happening. We don't pretend. Sharon Bracey, come face me. Truth gon' win. Night turns to evidence. Mics, receipts in the file. We talk that street gospel. Broadcast live. Wildest wake up show, the truth unfold. Ain't no games, we chasing facts, we taking hold. Yeah. Wildest wake up. Lights on. Truth only. I'm Sharon Bracey. Case all. Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah. So I guess, it was another one of those days when there's a lot of men talking crazy in the chat, but ain't no one want to hit the link and explain themselves. Very interesting. It goes to show that they don't really have a real argument. They're just talking to be talking. It's crazy. What up, brother Noomsy? Yeah, Shicey Bum, that's crazy. That's crazy. It just really goes to show how much they do not value us in real time. It's crazy. And it goes to show how many of our brothers don't really give a damn for real, for real. They just like to talk and argue for no goddamn reason. That's what's really going on most of the time. And the way how we know that, because every time there is an opportunity to have a conversation about what's really going on in the world, they never actually have a conversation about it. They keep on bringing up these awkward, weird talking points about things. Shout out to Brother Noopsy. Thank you, Brother Noopsy, so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, Brother Noopsy, with the super sticker. It's much appreciated, my Brother Noopsy. Thank you. Make sure y'all be exactly like Brother Noopsy and hit the color in the chat. It's much appreciated, because that's what we need in this goddamn lifetime. Mike Knight says, I have all the answers. What makes you say that, Mike? If you feel that way, that is awesome that you feel that way. But I never personally said that. But Mike, salute to you. I love flattery. Give me a compliment, even if you being a liar. Yeah, that's crazy. All right, Mike. Mike says salute. All right, I appreciate that. I'm just doing my best at giving my experience when I see things and get my commentary on things as I see fit. You know what I mean? And just try to be as fair as I possibly can. There you go, my man. Hopefully, I could put on his camera, because I know he's always moving around and shaking. Hopefully, I could put on his goddamn camera. Let me see. Hold on. There you go, my man. Good day, what it do? Good day to you. You said you know the...
Yeah, I know Yada. I know Yada.
Damn.
Damn, it's a car on fire. Dang, hold on.
Damn, that's crazy.
Look at that. Look at that cold fire. God,
Damn.
that shit burning like a...
That's a bad day. That's a bad day.
What up? Peace to the chat. Peace to the chat. Yeah, I know Yada. I've been knowing Yada for a minute. Obviously, I live in the A. I don't know if everybody know that. I'm in the A. But my geography ain't important. It's only relative to the story. So I met Yada. If anybody in the A, you know what Tassili's at. It's a vegan restaurant. They cater to food outside of a house, literally a house. Really popular. You got a lot of Hotep people that go there. Nothing wrong with the Hotep, but you know the Hoteps be there. You feel. And so with that being said, I met Yada when I was actually getting no Diddy. It's called a Mandingo vegan rap. The rap that it's like
that's crazy.
Know what Tassili's is in Atlanta. You know I'm not lying. Right, you can get you some vegan chips, some vegan dip, and you can get on your way. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, that's why I met Yada. He was actually doing. He was one of the vendors there. You know, selling some of his allegedly his scammy products at the time. This was years ago. This before he got the formulas right. You feel what I'm saying? Because before, if anybody know anything about Yada, he was, you know, he was trying to get into quote unquote the conscious community. He was a part of that Young Pharaoh, Brother Polite, what's the do, Blue Pill, Red Pill, Sonetta, all of them be at this spot in Atlanta. So I meet him. I just, for some reason, the energy that I got from him was like, he can't be trusted. It's something in a person's eyes when you make physical eye contact with them. And when you look them in their eyes and then their eyes shift like this, like you don't even trust your own thoughts, let alone why I'm gonna buy something from you. You hear what I'm talking about? And this was at the time before, you know, the community was getting, you know, the police put on them. In regards to saying that they cure certain things. See, that wave then already passed and gone. That was the you know, Dr. Sebi wave. People tried to jump on it. He was actually doing what he said he was doing, but that was that wave. And now he say allegedly he cured things. But what I say is this, is that his wife, at the time it wasn't his wife, at the time he didn't have no kids, she looked like a victim. Now, what I mean by looking like a victim, you know how a woman is so scared of her man or her partner, whatever you want to call it, that when another man look at you and you know say how you doing, the lady literally put her head down when I said how you doing. She was sitting right on the side of the table. Now, what I will say is, as a man that have eyeballs, we can acknowledge beauty. She was beautiful. She was radiating. I ain't gonna lie to you, 100%. She looked way better in person than she do on camera. But she literally put her head down, and she had on a shamag. And so the shamag that she had on, you know what a shamag is, right, Sharon?
Now, let the people know what that is.
So the shamag is what they wear inside of like Iraq and stuff. You know the thing with the, you know what I mean? And the only thing I can do is see her eyes. Yeah. That's called a shamag. So she had that shamag on, and I was looking, and I looked at her. She put her head down. She didn't even acknowledge me. He said, "No, don't worry about her, brother. Hey, go. Let's get back into these products." I was like, "Well, you know, I was just being respectful, but don't worry about it. I don't gotta buy anything." He's like, "No, trying to, you know, convince me. If your stuff is doing what it's supposed to do, you don't gotta convince me. Now I'm gonna just take my man D, go pause, no Diddy, and me and my wife, we gonna get up out of here, right?" So I left. Took my wife home, boom. And now I'm getting to the story, you guys. I'm long-winded. Y'all gotta bear with me. So, anyways, we get to the crib. I get back. I start driving Uber, whatever. Guess who I pick up that day? I pick up Brother Red Pill. He live in Atlanta. Matter of fact, he live in North Druid Hills, right? I live in Buckhead, right? So I turn it on. You gonna get somebody close. North Druid Hills close to Buckhead, right? So I'm like, oh shit, you know, Red Pill, what up, man? Woo. All of these boys are scammers. Listen to what I'm saying. So we talking. He like, yeah, brother, I'm a tip you. I'm a woo. I help him get his table. He put a table in. He put all his products in. Blah blah blah. I take him back to Cecili's. I guess they was having a big event this day. Man, that man ain't tipped me nothing. Ain't tipped me nothing. And one thing, anything is a Uber.
Damn.
Plus nothing. Come on, man. You could have gave me a little 5-piece lemon pepper or something. Anyways, this is why I want to say, anytime you dealing with men and anytime you dealing with women and they say stuff like this, I hate this word. This will make me distrust men and women, especially when it comes to conversations or when it comes to things to do with the opposite sex, right? When a woman say as a woman, when a man say as a man, listen to those words. When you say those things are counterproductive to whatever you're saying because we can visibly see that you are a what? A woman. You don't have to make reference to it. You see what I'm saying? So that's like me saying, if I got up here and I said, yeah, so as a dolphin, we all know I'm not a dolphin. If I got up here and I said, so yeah, as an alien, you know, coming from planet Zeptune, you know, think about it. So anytime a woman say as a woman, she's referring to the fact that she acts like a man. This is why she had to put a disclaimer and say as a woman. When a man get up on any public platform and he say as a man, behind the shadows, behind the doors, he acts like a woman. This is why he will put up as a man, because you don't have to say what's already understood. So this is why you'll never hear me say as a man. Anytime I hear these words coming out, I'm like, okay, here comes the bullshit. You see what I'm saying? Think about it. Think about it. Why would a person have to, hold on, let me pay for this, y'all, real quick. You know what I'm saying? Hold on, let me pay for this
Hey,
real quick.
also let me shout out to the Cash App. It says it's only Tuesday. We don't get paid until Friday. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Beautiful. Thank you so much. Always holding me down. Thank you so much. That's right, Dollars. Put some pressure on. We need some more likes.
So this is continue, Niño. No problem. Niño, mucho trabajo. Mucho. What I was saying, yeah, so anytime I hear a man say that, I know he act like a woman. Anytime I hear a woman say as a woman, she act like a man. And anytime I hear these things, I know it's bullcrap coming after that statement. Why do you have to make it's like a little kid explaining himself to you. So as a little kid, we already know you're a little kid. You see what I'm saying? So you have to be wary of these people who always use these terminologies as a man. And then the thing is that If what you're doing in Front Street in the public platform is not what you're doing behind closed doors, then you don't need to be on the public platform. We got to stop listening to us. So we can put Yada in the same boat that we got Polite, in the same boat that we got Young Pharaoh, Yorkian, all of these spiritual teachers, they got all this. That's the reason. Can you hear me? You can hear me? This the reason why I won't go public and start saying, you know, certain stuff and getting a whole bunch of followers. I could do that. Like, not this not my ego, this just the truth. I could do that. But you know why I won't do that? Because I will never get up on the internet and try to act like I'm perfect. I know I'm not perfect. You see what I'm saying? And I don't want to be held to a standard of being perfect and having a lifestyle in which I'm trying to convince other people to follow me. Because I can't deal with what comes behind that. And what comes behind that is the scrutiny. You see what I'm saying? Because you got to be held accountable for your words. Never try to have a perfect life. An imperfect life is actually perfect. You see? And so I think Yada has to deal with what he has created. He has created a monster. You see what I'm saying? And now since he have created a monster, again, I told you, once the monster come out of the closet, it's hard to put the monster back in the closet. His ego. Your ego can be a good thing, but his ego is also the thing that's destroying him now. Now, I could say, watch this. Sharon, it's going to sound funny, but I want you to hear me out, though. I want you to hear me out. Do you have children, yes or no?
Yes.
Have you ever spanked your children?
No.
Okay, good. Well, we know it's people in the world that have spanked their children, right? And do you think after spanking the children, that they still love their children? That they still will buy food, clothes, shelter, provide, and take care of those children after spanking them?
That's what they tell me.
Okay, copy that. I don't spank mine. But I will say something that I thought Charleston White said that was extremely funny. It's funny in a sinister way. He said, if you can whip your kids and you can whip your kids, and after you whip your kids, you can still love them and appreciate them, and they can come back and say they love you. He said, why you can't beat your woman ass? And then after you do it, you still say you love her, you care about her. Hey, that was funny. In a sinister way, that was funny. I ain't gonna lie to you. Right? That was funny. Not that I beat my wife. Heck, I ain't, this is not in me. I'm too scrawny. That just ain't in me. And I don't got time for that, right? Nor do I whoop my children, right? Or my child, because I only got one kid. But at the end of the day, Yada will face up on these charges. But this the crazy part, though. She still got to interact with Yada.
Yeah.
So I guarantee you what's going to happen is she's going to get back with Yada. You can see it in her face in the videos. Even when the lady was interviewing her and she was standing outside and looked like in a driveway, I want everybody to notice that she still had her wedding ring on.
Right.
The first thing a woman gonna do when you do something nefarious, she gonna pull that wedding ring off, she gonna chuck that mug, or you ain't gonna see it on the hand no more. She still had that wedding ring on. Then I want everybody to go back to that video. Dang, that car done blew up. I want everybody to go back to that video. I want everybody to go back to that video, and I want everybody to look. When she said Yada's name, that girl started smiling. So we got to be careful. That's what we're observing. And we got to realize, or maybe not realize, let's stay always in observer mindset. Is it a play? Is it a ploy to garner more attention? Whether we realize or we say this is good attention or bad attention, is it a play? So I only want to stand back and watch till everything's settled, because everything ain't settled. It might not settle for another 2-3 years. But I guarantee you, they're going to come back. They're going to have this statement, this disclaimer that everybody go through problems, nobody perfect, blah, 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 blah. And then we're going to let some time cruise pass. And they're going to be back together, and they're going to be selling us some more snake oil. I'm telling you.
But, also, this ain't the first time he's been accused of putting hands on women, too. So, it's kind of right up his alley, too. So that's what makes it a little bit more serious. This is something that he's been accused of in the past. Also, how will we they're gonna have to explain the black eye. You know what I'm saying? Like that's another part too, right? She's gonna have to explain how did you get the black eye if it was all a play? Like did you do on some what was that that movie with Martin? When the girl had hit herself with the pool table cue balls and everything. I forgot that thin line between love and hate. Like that's what she's gonna explain. She did it to herself. She fell down and she just used it. She used the excuse of her falling down and hurting herself as a way to promote this nefarious act. I think
Now he really been criminally charged. I mean, you can look up his number. His public record, right? Yeah, he's been criminally charged. It doesn't mean that it's still not a play.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
But you still so he's been criminally charged. Do you think that he actually hit her? Or are you saying that you're not sure?
Nah, I think yeah, he got little man syndrome. You know.
Oh, okay.
He got a little man. From another little man to another little man. I'm 5'8", so I'm a little man. He got little man syndrome. You know what I mean? That's why I drive the big boy. You know what I mean? That's why I drive this Model X Tesla. You know what I mean? You know, with the Falcon door, so I can sit big. You feel me? Because I'm short. You hear me? It's just the truth. The point being is that it still can be a play. And see, I told you, I believe when these people get this type of power and they get in these different orders of thought, these different schools of thought, these brotherhoods, these sisterhoods, I think that the police station or going to jail is the debriefing center. I keep saying that to people. This where they go get the debriefing center. This where they go to get their new marching orders from. Let's take it all the way back. Tupac was out here doing his thing, blah, 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 blah. But he ain't really started doing his thing until he went to the debriefing center. He went to jail. Who showed up there? Death Row. They got him a contract. King Von, he went to jail. Debriefing center. He ain't really started popping until who showed up with a contract? OTF and his team in the industry, right? Young Pharaoh, he went to jail. He supposedly shot somebody, etc., etc. Once he got out, then he started popping. I want everybody to follow all of these people who go to jail, they come back, and then they start popping. It's the debriefing center. It's where you go get your marching orders at. Where the jail speak, your cell open, they usher you out late at night, they bring you into the rooms. Hey, listen, we can make all this go away. But this is what we need you to do. And the only one that I don't think who got some of the most heinous charges that I don't think that actually did what they said they did is Rashad Jamal. I don't know if you know who Rashad Jamal is, but your chat knows.
Pastor, right?
Nah. He ain't no pastor. Heck, no. He the supposedly spiritual teacher who actually essayed a young girl, blah, 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 on some Malachi Z. York-ish.
Oh, shit.
So, but he was supposedly in the conscious community and, postulating on the internet about certain ideologies and belief systems that he had. But that's why I think prison is. If you got motion and they can't get you out here in these streets and get somebody close enough to get you to sign up to become a part of these fraternities and these orders, right? I think they put you in jail. This is me. And I think that cell pop open. Maybe you do a little 30 days. They get you ripe and ready inside there. Then they pop in and they put some papers on. Hey, look, this is what you can do. We can get you out of here. We can make it all. And when you come out, you'll be a star. But we need you to push this agenda. We need you to push that agenda. Since you already on a public platform, since you already got traction. And if you don't want to do it, we're going to keep you right here. You had 3 meals a day. Go ahead.
I don't know. I think a lot of the people from the conscious community, they are on. It's something mentally wrong with a lot of them. Shout out to the cash. That says support always. Thank you so much. Always holding me down. Support always, especially for the clean look. Thank you so much. I appreciate that so much, man. Shout out to the real. Hold on. Let me walk up to the stage. The real dope daddy. Good day, sir. That is crazy. I ain't gonna never repeat that name again. That was my last time saying it, sir.
Oh, hold on. Before you let him speak, this is my nemesis. This is my nemesis. Let him speak. You know what I'm talking about.
All right.
You gotta get in line. There's a lot of people trying to get that spot, man.
But you know who this is. You know who this is.
We wrapped a couple weeks ago, right?
Yeah, we wrapped a couple weeks when we was talking about colostrum fluid, how it balanced the child's social skills, IQ, and immune system. Yeah, you know who it is. Yeah. But we'll say that we got some understanding. Since we both got understanding, neither one of us was wrong. You just had a disposition of trying to fully understand what I was saying in totality in regards to that particular subject matter. Could you agree with that? Could you concur with that with the viewing audience?
I think that sounds fair.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to make for the references, man. You know what I'm talking about. I wasn't pushing no pseudoscience because I told you we can go to the reference point, right?
Yeah. No, it's not too far off base. We can do that. Yeah.
All right, okay. I stand down then. I was finna go get my military equipment, put my hard hat on, get my guns. I knew I saw your picture. I said, dang, let me get ready for war. He up here.
Nah, man. They keep hitting my phone. They be like, yo, man, I'm trying to be your arch nemesis. I be like, dang, I got so many calls, man. Y'all gotta get in line, man. But what's up?
Slicey, don't laugh at that. What up, Blink?
I respect him though.
What up, Mom? What's your thoughts on this craziness, Mom? What's up with these men today, man?
I literally just pulled up, so I'm assuming you're talking about Yada,
Abba, and Joey Badass. All three of them.
Joey Badass, I'm not too familiar with him. I know that he was in a relationship and the girls was fucking with it, cause aesthetically it looked nice. They look good together. As far as him cheating and all that, that's regular. Like, these niggas be cheating.
That's crazy, man.
It's regular.
Nah, we can't say it's regular anymore. We gotta put a stop to that idea that it is okay. It's not okay.
That's different. I'm not saying it's okay. I'm saying it's regular. So as far as me being surprised, I'm not surprised. Is it okay? Not for me. I don't think any type of not being honest with the person that you would. I think that's all crazy. Be honest about these type of things. If she open up the relationship and let you do you, cool. But if you're deceiving her, I think that's wrong.
Because we got to stop minimalizing the fact that men they want all the benefits of monogamy until they have an opportunity to be polyamorous privately. You know what I'm saying? In public, they want to be all monogamous. This is my girl, this is my wife. And then as soon as they get one little opportunity, all of a sudden, they forgot to tell their girl that they made an amendment in the relationship. You can't just change the rules. You know what I'm saying? When we started this thing, you said you was monogamous. Now you can't be changing the rules without the other person knowing that you made an amendment to the goddamn relationship. That shit is crazy. We can't keep minimizing.
I agree with that.
Go ahead.
No, I agree with that. Yeah. You be honest with the person that you with. And if you're not honest, it's like, why are you so afraid to be honest? I don't know, because I'm not one of them. I know a lot of other people are afraid to leave relationships and they're afraid to disappoint other people, and they don't want to we got a family together. I don't give a fuck about none of that. I'm gonna be honest with how I feel. I want you to be honest with how you feel. I don't believe in staying together for the kids. You already know that.
That's
be honest
crazy.
with each other. I don't. And that's how niggas get in these situations, because we gotta stay together for some reason, so I'm gonna just find other ways. No, dude, be honest with how y'all feel and communicate as adults and make decisions.
I know why they can't be honest, because men like to lie and women like to be lied to. And so since women like to lie and women love to be lied to and men like to lie, I think what it does is once they both have to be honest, it take them both out of the fairy tale world. It take them both out of the world of illusion, because both of them are, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? Delusional. Both of them. Because y'all don't want to be, men want to be seen as this, you know, this pinnacle of masculinity, right? And women want all of these things, right? But in order to have these things, they're willing to be lied to cultivate or to have these things, right? Because I don't know if y'all remember, Yada was a scammer. Y'all don't remember that? Years.
So this idea that women want to be lied to, why do you say that? Because we've been hearing this for a very long time, but there's actually no real proof behind that. So why do you say women want to be lied to?
Because we can look at historically what is going on in any relationship. As soon as something nefarious happened in the relationship, that's when all the truth comes out. But as long as these things are being provided and his lifestyle can be kept up with, they will keep everything in the tuck. I've been going through this for 20 years. He been beating me my whole life and blah, blah, blah. So why these things haven't been presented? Is it the fact that you was lying to the public and you was lying to yourself and you like to be lied to? Now that you got your head beat into the white meat showing, now you want to bring all the truth to the table?
Well, we also know that. Let me also welcome into the show the beautiful voice of Venus. Good day. How you doing? And before you jump in, but we understand that majority of women that do get into physically abusive relationship, it takes them some years to actually get out of there. They don't. A lot of them do not usually leave on the first ass whooping. It takes at least 5 times before that woman actually leaves. So it's not as easy and cut and dry. From the outside, it is cut and dry. He does it one time, leave. But in reality, it takes a lot for these women to actually leave.
So do women have this high pain tolerance that men don't have? Because Sharon, how often would it take for me to beat your head in or bust your eyes 2-3 times before you recognize the pain? Do it take you 2 years, 3 years till you recognize the pain? 4 years, 5 years, 6 years?
No, so the reason why you can't compare that because, you know,
there's a whole psychological component to that, and there's research done on it. So yeah, I hate when they oversimplify. If you just go and took 5 minutes to read about people in abusive relationships, maybe you'll understand better. But it's not that simple.
Yes, it's not so simply cut and dry.
It's not that simple for men, or is it not that simple for both?
It's not that simple for either one because men end up in abusive relationships as well. So it's not that simple for the victim. But I have a question real quick, if you don't mind. Hi, Sharon. Hi, everybody.
Hey, how you doing? What's your thoughts?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you. I really appreciate that. I'm doing well.
You look happy to see me, so that makes me happy. You're smiling. But I want to ask this guy a question on the right of you, right? Because he said women like to be lied to. So my question was, do women... Why is he saying that? Because women leave or get upset when they tell the truth? Like, why did he say that? Why did you say that?
That was for you, Oculus.
Because if it wasn't a working argument that women like to be lied to, then in that case, then you will see more relationships, more situational ships in the beginning. Women say, "Oh, I know he lying to me." Right? Or most of the time you'll find that women say, well, he was lying to me the whole relationship. He was a liar the whole time. So you mean to tell me you couldn't see none of this? But as long as a woman was blinded by certain things, certain attributes that he may or may not have, she got to find out. It takes years for her to find out. I just personally believe women like to be lied to. And this is why men are liars. We're going to go with...
Wait, hold on. Because you're going far and you're not really answering. I asked you, why do you believe women like to be lied to? Can you give me like a direct answer to that? Why do you believe that?
Just from personal experience, and then also from just viewing, you know, historically, just looking at other relationships. It's always the situation where somebody was lying, she found out, then she want to get on the internet and say she was lying the whole time. See, women got all this intuition and I got intuition, but can't tell when somebody
Okay,
lying to them.
you keep going off into insulting women, but you're not answering why you believe what you believe. That's all I'm asking you.
I just told you. From personal experience and historically just looking at different relationships. That was the answer.
What is the personal experience?
Because I done been alive before. People will lie to guy, what the heck? What are you talking about?
So Sharon, if I'm dating you, Sharon, and I have a kid and you don't know about it, you really didn't know, right? And then year 4, you found out I had a kid. Is it okay to say she's been lying the whole time? Is it okay for you to say that? That does not mean that you missed some signal and it's your fault. No, the kid has always been away from me. I don't have custody of it. I never mentioned it. And if you found out on year 4, it's okay for you to say she's been lying the whole time because technically, yes, I have been. So I don't understand his reasoning behind.
Okay, so
you mean to tell me you ain't see? Yeah, sometimes you don't see. Yes, that's a fact. Yeah, that's what people mean. Exactly that.
That's fine. That's one perspective. That's a niche
I can give you 20. I can give you 20.
Hold on. I didn't interrupt you. I'm trying to answer what you just said. So that's a niche argument, but in general, right? The rule of thumb is for me personally, you can't take away my personal experience. I told you I had once upon a time been a liar. Yeah, man, I got 6 Bugattis. Yeah, they in East Coast Africa, and I'm flying to Dubai tonight. You know what I'm saying? And I got a castle over here. You feel me? So I just think the more lies you tell, and if it wasn't the case, then men wouldn't be lying. If women wanted to hear the truth, if women wanted to hear the truth all the time, right, and it wasn't in fantasy land, right, men wouldn't be lying. Wherever the box go, men gonna do whatever it takes for the box. You see what I'm saying? And wherever the box
So stay there. That's not a woman's fault that you have poor character.
I'll let you have it because I got to pick up somebody, so I got to mute up. Go ahead.
So he got to what I was getting to. Usually a liar is the person saying women like liars, right? A person who cannot take responsibility for their own poor character are going to try to pull some reverse psychology. But think about it. They're already a man of poor character. So what else do? They're going to try to pull some reverse psychology and somehow make it your fault that I'm a liar. No, it's your fault that you're a liar. Because it's easy to tell the truth. What you don't like is when you tell the truth, now that woman has an option to either stay or go. So it's not that women don't like the truth. Women want to be lied to. It's just that once she gets the truth, now she has all the details. And she can say, hey, he's a piece of shit. Maybe I don't want to be here. And she can leave. And you don't want her to do that. So you lie. And then you try to convince yourself you're a decent person by saying she likes to be lied to. No, you're a liar. And you just admit it. Men will do whatever they need to do to get what they want, which means they have poor character. That was really it. Let's stop telling women what they.
Can I say this real quick for this old lady getting my car?
I like to abuse people, but they like abuse. What the fuck?
Okay, so if somebody is selling a product, right, and we'll call the lie the product, then if the product is jumping off the shelf, then that means somebody's buying it. So men are not just lying just to be lying. That means somebody is buying the lie. And if the lies are jumping off the shelf just like a product, then we got to look at the people who are actually buying the lies. There's a problem on both sides. I said once upon a time. Hold on, I don't know that. But anyways, once upon a time I have been a liar. This is what I have said. And if we can, let's do a poll. Let's see what the chat think. If everybody think that women like to be lied to a degree, whether you got nefarious intentions or not, put a 1 in the chat. And if you think I'm wrong, put a 2 in the chat. That's all. We'll see what the chat say. It ain't just me that believe this.
So a man who can't think for him and speak for himself is problematic. Because you said it and I asked you. So we don't need to deflect to anybody else. Stand on what you said. You said women like to be lied to. I asked you several times. Can you please explain where you get this theory from? And you have failed to do it. And now you want to deflect to the chat. So like I said, the men who are liars typically have a collective of poor qualities about them as people. And that is no one else's fault but yours. You're a liar. It's not a woman's fault that you are a liar. That's your fault.
I never said it's anybody's fault. I never said it's anybody's fault.
If you can't handle what comes with you telling your truth, and so you're a cowardly man and you feel like you got to lie and deceive this woman just to get her to be with you, that's a you issue. That's not because she likes it. That's all on you. That's all I'm saying. Stop saying what women like niggas deceiving them. When did that happen? No, we don't.
Okay, but women don't like the truth. So if women don't like the truth, take it out the lie. right? Women
Can I
cannot
get
tolerate the. Yeah, you heard what I said, Sharon.
can I get some
They
clarity
can't
here?
handle the truth. So men do what? They lie. And women are buying the
No, we
lie.
can
Most
handle
men
it.
will tell
Part
you
of
women
handling,
can't handle the truth.
listen, part of
Can I
handling it means I get to leave, right? That's part of handling it. Y'all don't like that part.
Oh, I'm
Say
talking
that.
about the truth. You keep narrowing it down to leaving. Forget the leaving part. When you walk, let's look at it super simplistic. Like I said before, I don't know, I think I was talking to Mont, I think. I forgot what channel I was on. But anyways, I said, only people I'm lying to in my life right now is people that I care about. Because I'm trying to protect their emotions. If my wife come to me and she say, babe, how do I look like in this dress? And I know it's gonna cause an issue if I tell her anything else and say, oh yeah, if you like it, do you like it? Oh yeah, I like it. Well, then it look good. That is a lie. You keep trying to talk about, your brain is narrowing it down to, oh, he lied because he don't want her to leave. I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about even on a more simplistic level. Because only person I'm telling the truth to is strangers. Guess why? I don't got no vested interest in them.
That's such
I don't
a
care about their emotions.
toxic,
can I
black,
add some
old school, black, toxic ass mentality. Go ahead, Mom. I'm sorry.
can I add some clarity here? So can y'all hear me? Um, to a degree, there are a number of women who like to be lied to about certain things. Can we agree to that? Same way some men like I don't want to hear
I
about
agree.
everybody you've actually slept with in your life, right? Certain
Right,
things
I
like,
agree.
there are certain things that you should withhold from your man and vice versa. There are certain ways women want to be lied to, but I don't agree with the whole idea of if women didn't like to be lied to, men wouldn't lie. No, that's no, not at all. You're going to lie because you have a selfish interest, right? Now there are certain women who, even though they act like they want to know certain things, they really don't want to know certain things. Because if
I
you
agree.
wanted to know certain things, you would take that information and then use that information. However, a lot of women will be with a man who is a cheater, and she will act like she cares, or she'll not act like she cares. She'll act like she's upset every time he does it, but you come back every single time, right? So it's like, what does that tell us about that person? Some women do want to be lied to. Some women want you to be
And she
honest with
has a
them.
self control issue. That's all that says.
Yeah, but
That doesn't mean she likes it.
so in my past, right, I've been with women, right, who wanted me to lie to them, but I was a straightforward type of guy, right? I was a straightforward type of guy. I can tell you the truth and you're going to stay. I can lie to you and you're going to stay. They wanted me to lie to them and for them to stay. But they were young women too. They weren't. I was younger. They were younger. So it's different than now. I'm speaking on at least when I was like 24.
All right. I mean, shout out. But when we talk about in general, I don't think in general women want to be lied to, and it shows because women, when they find out that you lied, they usually leave. And shout out to the Cash App. It says, "How easy is it for men to simply not hit women? God damn it!" I agree.
Yeah, I
It
don't
is.
agree with that. I think it's very, very easy. Because what we fail to realize that is that women actually are abusive with their words and men are abusive with their hands. So abuse is abuse. Verbal abuse is the same as physical abuse. Mental abuse. Abuse is
So why don't you
financial
go to jail
abuse.
for
Hold
verbal
on,
abuse? Why don't
please.
you go
Can
to
we
jail for
finish?
that?
Can I finish? Please. We
You
want to
just saying
narrow
so much
everything.
bullshit. I'm sorry. God, yeah.
Okay, well, can
Why
you
don't you go to
control
jail for
your
verbal
emotions
abuse
right
then?
now and allow me to talk? Thank you. I'm just asking
And
for
I'm a woman.
emotional
I
control.
can't control my emotions.
Oh, okay, so I understand. So I can see, and you go ahead and be emotionally, disruptive in the conversation. You got it.
I just want to know why women don't go to jail. Why people don't go to jail for verbal abuse? If you said it's the same as physical, the law doesn't see it that way. Why do you? Like you just keep creating your own reality, and I think it's irritating me. Why are you doing that?
Yeah, because it's my reality and I can create it the way I see fit, just the way you can create your reality as you see fit. So go ahead.
No, I live in societal reality, and in society, you don't go to jail for verbal abuse. You go to jail for physical abuse. So they're not the same.
So can I finish what I was saying in totality for you emotionally disrupt me again? Because you made the comment that you can't control your emotions.
And side note, you actually can go to jail for verbal abuse if it has
I'm gonna
credible
get to it.
threats.
Let me get to it, Chief. Let me handle this one. I got this one. She don't know what she's talking about. Let me handle this one, Chief. I'm just waiting for her to respond. I want to make sure that we got the underlining, the groundwork done, and she can
Go
control herself
ahead.
when I'm
Go
talking.
ahead. Verbal and physical are the same. What else?
So yes, you can go for it. You can go for verbal abuse, and you can go to jail for physical abuse, right? Because when you're looking at acts of aggression, if I come into a scene, right? If I'm a police officer, I come into a scene and the man has not hit the woman, right? But a police officer can arrest you for being verbally aggressive. Y'all are felon, and if you doubt what I'm saying, Sharon, you look it up right now on the computer. Can you go to jail for that? That is a fact. But since she's unaware of this and she want to keep the conversation vertical, and particularly what we talking about, physical abuse, then she want to act like none of these other things go on. Yes, you can. You can also go to jail for mental abuse, manipulating. This is where they get the word what's that word that happens when you what is it called? No, when you something to a girl, when you grooming a girl. I think it's called grooming. Yeah, grooming. That is mental abuse. And let's say you didn't do anything. That is a form of mental abuse, which can actually make you go to jail. See, these people don't be knowing what they talking about. You can go to jail for verbal abuse.
So now for the verbal threats, the way how you go to jail for a verbal threat is that you have proven that you have like a weapon in your hand, you have a knife, and you say I'm going to stab you.
Aggression can be with your words, Sharon.
If you saying, so what I'm saying is that just calling by verbal abuse, calling somebody stupid and ugly and keeping their self-esteem down, you cannot go to jail for that.
No, you making it more specific. We're talking about verbal abuse in general. Verbal aggression can send you to jail. Hey, let's put him in handcuffs. He's being too verbally aggressive.
No, but what I'm saying is that, like, so yeah, terroristic threats, you could possibly go to jail for that. However, when we talk about verbal abuse, I don't think most of the people, when they hear verbal abuse, they are thinking about, oh, the person is threatening to put hands on me. They are more verbal abuse is more of putting a person down, keeping them self-esteem down, keeping them feeling small, and things of that nature.
So when we're talking about jail, we have to couple that with the law. And since the law states that verbal abuse, not just threats, no, you can be verbally abusive in an aggressive manner with your words, with the intent. It's all about the intent, which can send you to jail.
Right,
just because everybody don't know what it is or don't know the law don't mean I'm wrong.
Right. So therefore, like when you put it in that very specific sense, then yeah, if you're saying something and it seems as you're gonna actually do it, then yeah, you could get arrested for that. But what I believe is that most people, when they say verbal abuse, they're talking about more of the self-esteem aspect and how manipulation and things of that nature, not necessarily I'm going to whoop your ass. So I mean, like, I think both arguments, just like how it is, how Mont said earlier, right? It is somebody out there that actually wants to be lied to. But however, in reality, majority of women do not want to be lied to. They just want whatever you was telling them to be truthful. So when you go to that woman and tell her that you're going to be monogamous and you got all these things going for you, they actually want that to be true for that man. And then it comes to find out as time goes by, whether if it's years, months, or weeks, they find out that this man is lying. That's usually when they leave because they don't like being lied to. They actually just want the lie to be truthful.
Can I give you specifics of what verbal abuse is? Threats or violence of verbal abuse. Harassment is verbal abuse. Disorderly conduct is verbal abuse. Hate speech is verbal abuse. Child domestic verbal abuse. This is the law. This is all of these things connects to verbal abuse. We want to say certain things, and people want to say certain things and don't know what they talking about. Oh, you can't go to jail for verbal abuse. Lady, shut up. You don't know what you talk about. You're emotionally disruptive. You're not keeping the flow of the conversation. You want it to be one-sided, and your ego too high. Check your emotions.
Mm.
You talking to young Op, man? I know what I'm talking about.
You're lucky she can't come up. She grinding right now, but I think we do have a serious issue, and the serious issue that we have. These are 3 different men, and all 3 of them is doing something nefarious. All 3 of them is lying to women. All 3 of them is not really. It's still, even though all this stuff is looking frowned upon on this channel, majority of people still will come up and say, hey, you know, nah, he just cheated. It ain't really that serious. That's the issue. Abba, he's just, you know, he just lying to women to get some vagina. It ain't really that serious. You know, like all of these things are problems. And we got to be able to somehow get men to understand that we cannot keep having lust and degeneracy at the top of our value system. And this is why, you know, it turns to people like Yala to putting his hands on goddamn women. This is the reason why Joey Badass, he feels like he is, you know, he probably think he look better than his girlfriend, even though she's a cutie. And he think that he's better than his woman. That's why he want to go ahead and stick his peen and everything else that's moving, because he think he's better than her. And of course, when you come to men physically abusing their women, they absolutely think that they are better than a woman. That's why they feel like they can put their hands on them. It is a serious ego problem that men are having, especially for all of these things that happen at the same time. And for 2 of the women in this situation, then they wrote the same letter to the internet. That's kind of crazy as well. Welcome back to the show, Shadow the Time Wasp. What is your thoughts on all this?
I missed a lot. I just got in on that last piece. What's the scope that we're looking at right
now? We are looking at, we got 3 different men, 3 different characters, 3 different situations, but however, they all kind of have the same consequence of no accountability. They are not practicing what they are preaching. One of them is saying about he protect women, he provide for women, but yet he beat up on his woman, allegedly. She has a black eye, and she showed it. Another man, he said he wanted a monogamous relationship, put a ring on it, that's his fiance, and he wound up getting caught plenty of times cheating on his fiance, even through her pregnancy and after her birth. And then we got Abba from Abba and Preach, that he always talking crazy about the red pill, and he is doing the same exact thing that the red pill is doing. He done broke another young lady heart, putting his peen up inside her raw, but she had a miscarriage, so therefore he dodged that bullet, I guess. So this is the 4th woman that come out to say that. So 3 different men, all about the same scenarios of lying and ego. It's a problem that men need to. We really got to have a conversation with our brothers about this. Damn, sometimes we break it down. Good.
Yeah, no, that's pretty totality. That's pretty straight in totality.
I gotta learn how to break things down not so good, so this way you can have an argument.
Some things you just can't argue with. Based on those 3 situations, I kind of agree with you.
So now, how do we get our brothers to understand that this mental situation that we got as a collective, right? Because it has to switch. Because two of the women said damn near the exact same thing, which is kind of crazy to me personally.
I mean, the online and
they both said this. They both said this, Shao. There comes a point in a woman's life where choosing herself is no longer an option. It becomes necessary. Now, one is getting cheated on repeatedly, and the other one is getting supposedly punched in the face. So, but both of them said the same thing.
I think talking points are easy to repeat, though. So, here's this. The gender war online and in real life is real, and it's past the point of recovery. At least at this part of the swing, I think it's going to be a pendulum. It's going to swing from one side to the other, and it's going to keep doing it. The whole concept Those women specifically, I agree with. If you're getting abused, leave. If you're getting cheated on, leave. Like, period. That's pretty simple. But there are women who are not in that situation that are just as quick to say the exact same words. Oh, he didn't fix the bed this morning. Sometimes a woman's got to choose herself. Oh, his shoes are untied. Sometimes a woman's got to choose herself. Oh, he didn't buy me this car when I wanted this car. Oh, sometimes a woman got to choose herself. Like, at a certain point, that phrasing loses its meaning when the people saying it are just saying it as a cop-out. I don't think this is that situation, though. The situations you just explained, yeah, absolutely. Don't let a man put his hands on you, ever. Follow up. If he feels like he needs to sleep with somebody else, then go somewhere else. Because clearly he doesn't want you. I don't know how else to split that.
But the issue is with it, what I'm realizing is that men don't really they minimalize those two things. They minimalize cheating and they minimalize putting their hands on a woman too. And the way how they minimalize it, saying that she chose him, she stayed with him, she knew what kind of man he was from the get-go. So they kind of minimalize it, and I think that's a very dangerous position that they putting people in.
But it's also not an untrue statement. I did hear Mont say this earlier. Sometimes women will get with a man that they know is a consummate cheater. He's got 6 baby daddies and 3 of his kids, 6 baby mamas, and 3 of his kids were born within a year. Yeah, he probably has a history of cheating, right? And if you know that, or even if you learn that later, at a certain point, you got to be like, nah, I'm good. Yeah, I didn't know this is who you were, but I now know I'm gone. But if you choose to stay there, now you have to take accountability for you making a poor decision.
Before I pass it to ADS, the issue is that nobody's saying that it's going to be 100%. We know is some weird people out there that's going to want to be lied to. But when we talk about the general population, most women do not want to be lied to. That's what I'm trying to have a conversation about. Yeah, we know it's always going to be somebody that's going to choose. They want to be a grown person in a pamper and take a piss and shit in it. Yeah, it's going to happen. But I just ain't normal. Let me also welcome into the show ADS. Good day, sir. How you doing? What is your thoughts?
What's up, Sharon? What's up, Paddle? Titan? I forgot the brother's name in the corner over. My bad.
That's Ak. Yeah, that's Ak.
Ak. Good morning, Ak. But yeah, man. So you telling me that Yada the awakened one, was putting hands on feet on his woman while telling the rest of us we had to pay $50K a day.
That's what it seems like. That's the alleged statement. She showed herself with a black eye, ADS.
Yeah. Can we admit something out loud? For some odd reason, it seems like, especially across celebrity life, these are celebrities, keep in mind, these are people who got some level of fame right on the internet, that it seems like, I'm going to be honest with you, this happens all the time with them. Remember your boy, what's his name? DJ here in Atlanta? DJ, was it Envy that got in trouble for hands and feet too?
I'm not sure if it was Envy.
Yeah, it was one of them, right?
It was one of them though, yeah.
Yeah, hands and feet. The month before that, it was something else. It's becoming pretty apparent that these folks who are rich are having issues too in relationships, major issues. Not to say something to keep out, but let's also put this out there. The average man, I mean, let's talk about the cheating thing, right? Let's go with that. Now, the DV thing, domestic violence, I'm not sure about what that is. I don't do it, and I hope nobody else does. We should be beyond that 2026, putting hands and feet on women, right? Should be way beyond that in our civilized society. But the cheating thing is still pretty prevalent. Men cheat at 25%, women cheat at 23%. But that still leaves 75% of men who don't cheat, probably because we ain't got good options. And And
Damn.
77% of women who don't cheat, even though they might have good options.
Mm. Yeah, man. Oh, Big Tigger. That's what you're talking about, Big Tigger.
Yeah, Big Tigger. Fighting over that
Hmm.
cell phone, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's definitely something going on, and but I think what I think it is because it's too much rhetoric and talking points about that excuse these problems, and so like it just trickles all the way up or all the way down, whichever you want to call it. To it doesn't matter your goddamn class at this point. It's just about how much you have to lose at this point, right? And how much do the woman got to gain is going to be when she comes out finally. Like how many times she's going to take a black eye. You know, that's not going to happen too much in this
A
day and
lot.
age. People are a little bit quicker. Like before, I think it was like 10 times before a woman could leave. Now it's down to 5 times before a woman leaves, right? So it did crack down a little bit, but still it is very difficult for women to leave these relationships because it doesn't happen right away. They know, these men that do this for relationship status, they know what they're doing. They know what type of woman to choose, and they know what kind of skill set that they have, and they run that shit down to the T. Him showing all these videos about him buying stuff. To me, when I first seen that, I was like, oh, he buying stuff because he keep messing up. It's just like a man that always got to bring flowers home. Yeah, I'm in a doghouse again. I gotta go ahead and, you know,
Buy your way out of it. You gotta pay your way
you
out of
gotta buy. You got to.
it. But it's sad to see though that these relationships are being highlighted, and especially
Right.
about us, right? Right. I would see other community putting their business out in the street like this. You know what I'm saying? As much as we put all our stuff out in the street, and then folks see it, and then folks can tend to think that as a culture we're all this way. When in reality we're not. You know what I'm saying? Not at all. You know what I'm saying? To me, these are always the entertaining celebrities, people, you know what I'm saying, who quote unquote have some celebrity or fame, right? Versus me. I'm an average working guy. You know what I'm saying? Above average money, but I consider myself to be pretty average in life, right? IRL. But what I'm saying, looking at these folks who
Thank you, Lady
supposedly,
D.
oh, let me go back on me.
Yeah, you good?
Looking at these folks though, man, it makes me wonder: did the money corrupt them, or were they already corrupted before they had the money?
Well, definitely. Yada, he's already been known for that, allegedly doing that to women, to his girlfriends. So he was already alleged that before this 8-year marriage. So that's number one. Joey Badass. I think he just believe he looks better than his girlfriend. Like he think that he's the You know what I'm saying? So he just think he better than his girl, and so therefore he's acting like it. So he think that his presence is worth more than hers. So hey, just because I cheated on you doesn't mean I don't love you. Even though I cheated on you while you was pregnant, or while you was giving birth, after you was giving birth, I got caught with all these situations. It don't matter, because for some reason when men do it, it's just minimalized. Men don't look at cheating as that big of a deal, and so men are going to continue to do it because it's not frowned upon enough. Just what it is. So Peasy ain't going. When they leave is the most dangerous time. That's when most unalivings happen, for real, for real. Shit. That's some truth for your ass right there. That's the most scariest part. Damn. Shout out to Lady D Flow with the super sticker. Thank you so much. My first orange of the day. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, Lady D. Man. And it's a really scary time. Like that is real scary. Like when they are leaving is the most dangerous time for them. That's wild. That's a scary thing to say.
But I think the reason why it becomes so dangerous is because it took so long to leave to begin with. Like, in truth, the first time you see something that is a non-negotiable red flag, instead of saying, no, I can change him and he can be better, pack your shit and leave.
Yeah, I mean, theoretically, that's the right answer, theoretically, but it doesn't happen that way. a lot of abused people do not leave. You know, they got a thing called Stockholm syndrome for a reason, right? These people that get in these type of relationships, it don't just happen at the drop of a dime. It happens in a sense when most of the time the person that's getting abused, they blame themselves for getting abused. They believe the gaslight. They believe
Right.
all those things.
But even in Stockholm syndrome, you are being abused and then understanding that the abuse is a necessity. And you actually, that person needs you, which is why they're abusing you. But Stockholm syndrome usually takes time to develop. What I'm saying is when we're talking about a simple relationship or even people who have formed a relationship and then that person changed, you didn't step in with that conduct. That conduct is something that is now there. And when that conduct comes, it's time to go before you put yourself in a position where you're making excuses for it. Hey, he's cheating on me. If you agree or if you disagree with the fact that he cheated on you and you decide to stay, you've now consented to him cheating on you because you said, it's okay, I'm not going to punish you for doing a thing that violated me. The thing about
That's crazy,
boundaries is
Bobby.
if you don't stand on your boundaries, they do not exist.
That is not true.
How so?
So you mean
Let's
so
have this conversation. How so?
you can't forgive somebody? Because what it sounds like is that once you forgive them, that you are accepting the bad behavior.
If you can forgive someone for violating you, violating something that is core to you, you are not. It is not as core to you as you claim it to be. Because forgiveness doesn't matter if this is an actual violation. Hey, you know how I feel about cheating. You cheat on me. There is no further conversation. You knew my boundary, and then see, about 7 years ago, people were really big about talking about boundaries.
But what I'm saying is, like, I understand the boundary part being, but you saying that once I say, hey, I'm going to forgive you, but you can't let this happen again. Are you now saying that it is going to happen again because I allow it to happen again?
Because you gave them I'm speaking on two particular circumstances, abuse and cheating, because it's the two that we're talking about now. If you forgive a cheater for cheating, they will cheat again.
That's crazy. So you're saying you shouldn't forgive anybody?
No, I didn't. A slight and a value disruption is not the same thing. Oh, he told a white lie to me because X, Y, and Z. You know what? I'm gonna forgive you, but don't do it again. You can't accidentally slip, fall, and land on a dick.
Okay.
Most states in the world that we.
Right. So okay. So so whatever happened, she did whatever she did. We're not saying that as an accident or anything like that. But if she say it's not going to happen again, and you forgive her, or she forgives him, you're saying once that happens and they establish that this is not going to happen again, you are saying that that person cannot be mad if that person get caught cheating again.
So did you forgive them for the violation, or did you forgive them for the act?
It doesn't matter. You forgave him for cheating.
It does, because if you forgive them for the violation, then that's saying, hey, this violation happened. It is what it is. If you forgive them for the act, hey, this act happened, but I'm not going to say it violated. If someone violates you, that is not the same thing, especially when it's an intentional violation. That is a pure sign of disrespect. That's when a
Right, but
situation
we don't have no disagreement there. But what we
Okay.
having a what we trying to have what I'm trying to have an understanding is once you forgive somebody, you saying that's still allowing a person to disrespect you. That's what I'm trying to
Which
understand.
is why you don't forgive that situation. If it is something, let's say you never established it, and you forgive them because of a lack of establishment of that boundary, right?
Okay, that's
It
but
happened
I'm
again.
not talking about that. I'm talking about the person understood. Like everybody in this
Understood, then they
situation.
violated you.
Okay, so everybody understands that. So now you saying that once that person does that, it is no way that you can forgive that person and move on with the relationship?
In the story. Because you have to protect that boundary, and if they loved you, they would have protected that boundary too.
I'm just trying to get some clarity to understand.
I get it.
I don't know if I can actually agree with it. I think people can get redemption. I think that is, people do change, but I get it. At the same
I
time,
believe people can get redemption, but get redemption somewhere
at the
else.
same time,
Because you violated
it's dangerous for certain scenarios. Like I think if somebody put their hands on you, I don't think that's something that you should forgive. I think that's one of the things that it's going to always escalate.
But to me, cheating is in that same story. So if you're willing to put your hands on me, that means you don't care about my safety, right? That means you don't really care what I have. You don't really care about me enough to do that. Next point, if you're willing to cheat on me, that means you're willing to put my health at risk because you don't know what's going on with the other person. It doesn't matter why you did it for you, not me. That's an unforgivable situation too. I vowed to give myself to you. You did the same, and then you broke that vow.
Yeah, I don't disagree, but a lot of men actually disagree with that statement because most men they excuse cheating. They don't look at cheating as that big of a deal, especially when it comes to men doing the cheating. They don't look at that as a big deal. Mott came up here earlier. He said, men cheat. It's not that big of a deal. And that's how a lot of men feel in society, that cheating is not that big of a deal.
But I think that's the problem. But I think that's self-delusion. They're lying to themselves. Because again, if cheating wasn't that big a deal, you wouldn't have a problem if it happened the other way. That's the irony about that sentence.
Yeah, they look at cheating differently for women because they have to. So that's just the standard that they try to create this double standard that if a woman cheats is more because she's cheating with love, a man's just cheating with lust. He just stick his dick in anything, right? So they made this bullshit ass stigma that when a man does it, that doesn't mean he doesn't love his woman and things of that nature. But if a woman does it, that means she's gone forever. That's the stigma that they put on it. And it's a weird thing, and it still goes on today.
That'll fail a stress test in a heartbeat. Because the minute you put any weight to those statements, they can't hold. Hey, so you say you love your woman, but you didn't love her not enough to not violate her. You can't do that. That doesn't make any sense. That's why that argument has always been stupid. Oh, well, if a man cheats, he's just doing it because he wanted the body. But if a woman cheats, she's cheating with a heart. There is an actual difference between physical cheating and emotional cheating, but guess what? It's still violation.
Right, what I'm saying is that a lot of men just don't see it the way how you see it, right? Somebody in the chat just said, you sound like a child. That's what they're saying about me. Because a man pays for most... They said, I'm the one that sound like a child. It's crazy, right? Because a man paid most of the bills and dates, so cheating isn't the same. I'm telling you, this is what men actually believe that.
Wait, sure. So let's play real talk. So I'm sending you $200 right now, right? But in return, I'm gonna talk to you dirty and treat you however I want. That's the equation that they just made equated it to. Hey, because I give you your paycheck, I can treat you however I feel like today. Like situation like this, and it fails on the merits. Oh yeah, well you pay the bills, and so you have the right to go cheat. Okay, so if she pays the bills, does she have the right to cheat? No, because now she's cheating. That sounds retarded. I'm sorry. That sounds ridiculous.
Absolutely, it sounds ridiculous, right? Because not man's gonna say that is okay for a woman to cheat if she's paying all the bills, or most of the bills. You know what I'm saying? No man, like majority of men are not going to agree to that part neither. They just want to be hard-headed about it. They believed all these other men before them that says that it is okay to cheat, because that doesn't mean that you dislike your woman, or it doesn't mean that you don't love your woman, and that it is okay. The woman would get over it. Like, this is the rhetoric that they've been saying for years. For some strange reason, they still, even after all these happy homes get broken up because men cannot keep their peen inside their pants, they still want to follow suit. I don't understand it. Majority of these men, we see what happens to them when they get caught cheating. But for some reason, it doesn't matter if it's in the upper echelon or the bottom echelon, those women leave. So it's crazy.
And there's some women who don't cheat or who don't leave. Some women are okay with it. Be with those women. Right, and that's, I don't remember who said it. Be with toxic people.
So I think that's the issue that always happens, right? Is as long as a man can say it is some woman that is willing to accept it, whether it's a 2%, 5%, or 25%, they always going to say hopefully they got that one woman that is in that whatever that percentile is. And I think as long as we keep on saying that, you know, nothing is absolute, they'll always give themselves a reason to cheat. Because we keep giving men an out to say, well, you know, you can find that one person that is, you know, is that one person, is some, and it's some of this, and it's some of that. And they break up their own happy homes.
But here's the thing. Men need to stop gambling with people's emotions there. If you feel like the person that you're dealing with is one of those people, then bring it up. Then you wouldn't have to lie about it. That's how you know it's not real. Because it wouldn't be cheating if you let them know ahead of time. Hey, this is what I'm going to do because I know you're going to accept this. No, what they're doing is they're doing it behind the person's back because they're ashamed of what they're doing. Nobody lies about something they're not ashamed of.
Well, you know, what I think is that a lot of men, they want to please other men, right? Socially. So them going around saying that, yeah, I be doing this, I snuck around the corner with homegirl, and they got all these other people that they popping off. It makes them feel a little bit more manly to their friends in them. So that's the only person they bragging it to.
Then they got bad friends. A real friend, a real person who cares about you, your real homie, he used to be like, yeah, you're a whole crash dummy. So that woman's willing to give everything off her back for you, and you decide to go fuck with Becky. Make that make sense. Because nobody who sees your life is in a good role will tell you to jeopardize it for somebody who you clearly don't care about. Unless you do care about her, and then you're cheating with love, then you're cheating with your emotions. I'm just saying, it can only work one way or the other.
Yeah.
I just want to know what stress test is.
You just want to know what the what is?
I want to know where the weight is. If we're saying that's what the game is, then I'll agree with you. You got that?
Yeah, I think most men cannot really accept it, but you know, it is what it is. They just like to talk a good one, and then they get their relationship messed up, and then now they can blame somebody else. They could blame the woman for leaving because he cheated. You know what I'm saying? They try to find ways to get themselves out of the situation. That's what really happens. They're not looking to really maintain a strong, resilient relationship. So they look for ways to get out of it. And one of the ways they look to get out of it is by getting caught cheating. Like, to be getting caught cheating, like, you got to be pretty sloppy too. So, you know,
And isn't that cowardice?
Absolutely. A lot of men are cowards. That's what we are learning as this internet keeps getting bigger and bigger, that a lot of men are cowards, especially when it comes to the relationship thing. They do not want to be responsible.
I think that's actually part of the problem, though. I think that's part of the problem. So men are supposed to protect their spouses, but then are willing to gamble the safety of their spouses because they're afraid. And you don't want to be with that person anymore. Just say that. Hey, you know what? I think we've run the course. I think it's time for us to separate. Oh, well, I don't want to hurt her. But then you cheat on her instead, as if that's not going to do the same thing. But here's the thing. Even then, they're not doing it in a way where they're openly trying to get caught. They're just being sloppy enough that if they do get caught, they now have an excuse. That's not the same thing. So if I'm going to cheat on you because I don't want to be with you, that means I didn't want to be with you anyway. So instead of me telling you I didn't want to be with you, I did something and left clues so you could find it out. So I could deny it. Because if that's the case, why they denying cheating there?
Right.
Like the stress test fails at every breath. Every boat it'll fail.
Everyone. But that's the lie that they keep telling themselves. This is a lie they keep telling other men. This whole nature versus nurture situation. You know, even people come up and say hey, I lied to you because I love you. That whole Jody from Baby Boy. I tell those hoes the truth because I don't love them, because I love you. So I lie to you because I love you. It's crazy. Backwards. Absolutely 100% backwards. But a lot of people believe that that is the way to operate as a man. That you lied to the wife at home and you tell the hoes the truth. And they think that is love. That's crazy.
I think it's backwards.
Okay, hold it down. Let me run to the bathroom.
All right. Like I said, I think one of the biggest issues that we're running into is we've gotten to the do everything as you want and don't care about how people feel about it. But we're not inherently selfish enough to do that. Because if you were, you wouldn't be cheating secretly. You'd just be telling the truth. Hey, you you get home, hey, I just smashed some random floozy. Or, hey, I just jumped on John. It's okay. Because you don't actually feel the way you do. Otherwise, you'd be more proud of what you're doing. The reason you're hiding it, the reason you have a secret boyfriend, the reason why you have a secret relationship, a secret girlfriend, a side piece, a sneaky link, is literally because you don't. All those terms are designed to hide. So the reason why all those terms are designed to hide is because they're not supposed to be in the open. Because you're not taking your sneaky link to the family reunion. You're not taking your side piece to go meet your mom.
Right. Some are bold enough to it, right? But yeah, I agree 100%. And most people are not doing that at all. That side piece is a stranger to everybody.
Man, I remember my grandma.
Most families is not having that. Like, what?
My brother tried to bring his side piece to a dinner, to Thanksgiving one day. And my grandma was like, if you don't get that out of my house, we're gonna have a real problem.
Goddamn.
Look, man, that was wild. And it was funny.
Grandma wasn't playing around.
She was like, "You don't get this hoe out of my house, lady. I don't know you." Oh, hi, my name is not his wife. Get the fuck out of my house.
Damn.
Like, yeah, look, I love that. I love that old lady. But she wasn't wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Especially if your family knows you're married.
I see in the chat they wilding out for no reason. Hey, y'all need to cut it out. King Picks, whatever you're doing, stop. Because I don't understand what's wrong with y'all. Y'all men, act like it, please. It's simple and plain. I don't know what is the issue with men acting like men. Like, why is that such a big deal for a man to move like a man? And understand when he is moving foul. And stop trying to blame somebody else for it. College football, you too. Please, stop. The man is not here. I don't know why you keep bringing that up. Don't say it again in my chat. Stop talking about Taz when he's not here. What is the purpose of
that situation?
Like, I don't understand. Y'all are supposed to be men. Act like it.
Like, something I noticed, a lot of people who talk bad about Taz don't ever talk about it to him.
What's moving like a man? Look at these questions. What's moving like a man should move with integrity? A man should move with honor. A man should move with honesty. To name a few. So that's moving like a man. A man should not be gossiping. Like, it's so many things that your daddy should have taught y'all. Like, I don't understand. Good day. Welcome back.
Okay.
Hey.
Is it okay if I make an announcement? Is that okay?
Sure.
I have an offer, a financial one. So my email address is thevoiceofvenus@gmail.com. If anybody knows how to track IP addresses, I will pay you. And I'm dead serious. Send me an email because there are certain people who will not leave me alone. And I'm really, today is the last, I can't take it anymore. So send me an email. And if you're someone who knows how to do that, you could get some money because I'm tired of people. I really am. And that was really my announcement. Again, thevoiceofvenus@gmail.com. Help me stop people from fucking cyber stalking and harassing me every day, all day. Like, I'm tired of that shit. I should be able to come to your show and talk to you and mind my business without 6 obsessed ass niggas constantly, just all the time, anywhere, everywhere, all the time.
Yeah. It is pretty annoying.
Also having to block them on my fucking personal social media accounts. Also having to do that.
Damn.
I mean, Venus is considered harassment at this point.
Yeah, it really is. So that's why I'm saying, whoever knows how to do it, email me and tell me the number.
Yeah, that's crazy. And I really don't I don't know, and it's just very strange to see men keep on just being antagonists. I like it's a strange thing to me. I don't
Me and you come
understand
from
it.
the same place, and maybe that's why this shit is some weirdo shit. Like, these niggas on the internet are weirdos, Sharon. We don't come from places where people act like this. That's why. I agree with you. It's strange. I've never seen it.
But why do they want to be in contact with somebody that don't want to be in contact with them? Once somebody let me know they don't want to talk to me, I ain't talking to their ass. Like, what is it that you are trying to prove by constantly always addressing somebody that do not want to address you?
Right. That's the most pathetic thing you could do as a man. Have some respect for yourself. Like you just constantly going out of your way for somebody's attention who does not like you, doesn't want anything to do with you. You're pathetic. That's pathetic.
Mm, I agree. It is a little pathetic.
Venus, what specifically are you trying to get done?
I just need the names of certain people and where they're located so I can like report them to the police and take whatever legal action I can. That's what I need.
I'll
Okay,
email
so
you a
we got
process later to get that resolved, but it's not for pay, just get it. Just so you can get it done. So you can actually get it done all the way around.
Oh wow, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
So we got Oro313 asking us, better question, besides anatomy, what's the difference between men and women? When we talking about mature adult human beings, it ain't really much of a difference. They both got to do the same thing. They both got to have some honor. They both got to have some integrity. They both got to, they got to both have some honesty. They got to be reliable. So that's why when we start having these conversations about character, what's masculine, what's feminine, it's really not too many characters besides maybe fighting is strictly for one gender or the other, to be honest. Both parties gotta have the same characteristics to be considered a good human being. And that's the truth. Well, one thing we all
What was
learning
the
that there's a
question?
lot. Besides anatomy, what's the difference between men and women?
I think a lot of things. You don't think so?
Yeah, you can answer it, sure.
I think we think different. Well, we process and express our emotions differently. I think.
Mm.
Um, I think
Mm.
sexually we're different.
That's
I
anatomy.
think, yeah, you're right. I don't know, like the way men are today, like with the conversations you were having a little while ago about, well, I just cheated. It's not that big of a deal. Or
Mm.
women like being lied to. I think though that type of mentality shows how different we are, right?
Mm.
I
Okay.
I think men are a lot more deceptive and manipulative. Like I know society tells us that women are manipulators, and we are because women had to learn how to outdo men because physically we can't, right? So say there's some truth in that. But the part they
Mm-hmm.
left out was men are absolutely manipulators too.
Hmm. Hmm.
Think about it. We got a culture of people who are running around saying, "It's your fault I don't have a condom on. It's your fault I don't put on a condom." Like they will
That's
literally
just
twist and bend
crazy.
reality, and now we got hundreds of men repeating that. When logically it doesn't check out, but they'll still say it, right? Like men have
Mm.
convinced women of so many things. They are the biggest manipulators, right? They told you it's not okay to be sexually free while they want to be sexually free
Mm.
with women, right? How that work? I want to be
I
sexually
don't know.
promiscuous with women, but I want to tell women it's bad to be sexually promiscuous. I want to create a society where it's okay for me to be reckless with my penis when I need vaginas for my penis. But then I'm gonna tell all the people with vaginas, you can't, you're bad for doing what I do. Like everything men have like created, that's why people have a problem with the patriarchy. When you get into a lot of the ideologies, it is so it's manipulation, it's one-sided, it doesn't make sense.
Mm. And I think that's why a lot of times, like when you come up and you say something like that, a lot of times they don't actually argue the point that you are bringing up, right? Because these are great points for somebody that has a disagreement to have a great argument about. Just argue the point of what she's saying if you have a good argument. But what it seems like they don't actually have a point to argue against because they are so caught up in talking points that they can't even process what you're actually saying. And they skip right past what you're saying to let me try to attack the person now.
And that's really, and even that is manipulation, right? That's a sign of low
Mm.
intelligence. A person who can't be logical and just argue the talking point and always diverts to like childish insults. That's a child. That's somebody trying to deflect, get
Mm.
out of something, cause a diversion tactic, do anything but acknowledge what's being said. And that's what we see a lot of these so-called men do. But they're
That.
leaders who can't stick to basic topics and conversation. So that says there's a
Mm.
problem in your streamlined thinking. So how are you going to lead anybody?
Mm. But also, you know, it's horrible for people that can think in streamlines because what we find out as we get older that less and less people think in these lines like that. That's extremely annoying.
You know what? You're
And so,
right. And I got to take back what I just said. That's not men. That's most people. Because lately,
yeah.
I've been talking to women and it's similar. Like,
Mm-hmm.
it actually is similar. I can't lie.
They be doing the same exact thing. It's like, wow. It's amazing sometimes. You're like, I cannot believe the things that's coming out your mouth. That is going to be detrimental to you. It's just like when I hear a black male conservative just go against his blackness. It's just like, wow. Do you not hear yourself trying to arrest yourself pretty much? It's crazy.
Nobody wants to talk about the desperation for proximity to whiteness and how black
Mm.
people think by aligning in ideology and in rhetoric. They're literally in public auditioning for acceptance by these people every time they do
Damn.
that.
That
But
sounds
nobody wants
crazy,
to.
but
That's what that is. They're doing everything in their power, even going against their own, because they want so desperately to align themselves with a group of people they are not.
mm, sad too. And there's
Which
so many of
mentally,
them
why would
coming
you
out the
want to? That's a
woodworks.
yeah. Well, it's for money. A lot of them too. Like an officer,
Well,
what's
at
his
least
name?
that's what they say. I don't know how true it is. That's
It's
what
like,
they
what do you
say. I want to
gain?
believe. I want to believe that they're doing it for something. Please, right?
Well, they getting a financial incentive. A lot of them, right? You see, like they blow up
mm,
pretty fast, and they get a lot of support.
mm,
So they are doing it for something. But I just wonder, like, how does that work? Like, at the end of the day, what group of people is okay with not being accepted by their people? Like, that's not even a normal thing for any animal. Like,
yeah.
for you to be a
Yeah.
lion and all the
100.
lions hate you, and they don't like you betrayed all the lions, and now the lion is like, don't mess with you. Like who wants to exist like that?
I don't, I, I'm not understanding. I don't know. Maybe it's a lot more closeted men that are like that have this ideology, and we just experience the ones that are brave enough to say it out loud, and maybe they have a good support system behind them that is the same race as them, I guess. We do understand that they do climb to the top a little bit faster. So
Yeah.
that social currency is probably valuable to them. You know, ugh, it's crazy.
Yeah, like if money is the top priority for you, then technically you're getting what you want, right? Like if that
Mm.
like if money and clout and attention is the numbers, if that's like your primary goal, then you're winning, technically, I guess, right? So it's
Yeah,
a
yeah,
priority thing.
that's a great point. That's a very
And
great point.
also
Yeah.
some of these people are not FBA. I'm gonna keep saying it. It's easy to no, think about it. It's easier to disregard a lineage that you don't really feel connected to. Think about it.
Mm.
Like that's why it's not so easy for me and you to do it. It means a little bit more to us, but think about why it's easy for certain people to do it.
Yeah, and it's coming out quick, fast, and in a hurry too. Like we starting to see more and more evidence that they are not from the same cloth as us. They don't got the same experience. They
Some of
don't
them
got
be
the same
mixed.
family structure.
Some of them
They
be
don't
half
have the
white.
same family ideology. You know, like I don't have that family ideology like these other people at all.
Yeah, I was never taught to look at black people like they're less than and white people like they're
Yeah.
better. Like I don't know where that I never got that.
I never got that. It's like I don't know where did this started happening at and
Well, the
how.
worst part is arguing on behalf of them, like against going against black people to defend these people who are not even your friends. Like they're not even your these are theoretical figures. Like you will see a black man defend Charlie Kirk. You don't even know Charlie Kirk, but you fighting with black people with Charlie Kirk. Like stuff like that is crazy. But that's how desperate they want to be. Like some of them maybe they hate being black and they want to be white. So that's why they could do stuff like that.
I guess. And I think it's also interesting, like this new latest thing with Master P. Like that shit blew my mind. Like he talking about forget about slavery. What you mean? Why we always gotta be the ones to forget? And and it's like and like for a long time, people looked at Master P as one of the dope entrepreneurs of our cities and of our culture. But as he's getting older, it started like you started to really see that all that shit was a lie too. Like, and he just been able to scam us his whole career. His whole career, he was able to scam us to make us believe in something that's just not true. It's just not reality.
So you know what I found out when it comes to intelligence? I did some research. So there's like I think 8 types of intelligence. Um, so I think like kinetic is one, which is like the LeBron James, like pure physical athleticism.
Mhm.
Artistic is another, right? I don't know, I can't
Mhm.
remember all 8, but there's like 8 different ways somebody could have a level of intelligence, right? So I think when we see these people who have success, like major success in this one area, we thought that meant that they were intelligent or
Mm.
intellectual. But no, you might just really be good at the music business, and that's great. But that's all you're good
Mhm.
at. Like you don't know, you don't understand our history, you don't understand what's really going on in today's climate and everything that happened in between, right? We
Mm.
think that because you're rich, that means that you're just
This
all
FBA
knowing.
babble is insane.
Here we
Mm.
go.
Because this is the funny
Why?
part, right? Like I was listening to what you were saying, Venus, right? So here's my
Yes.
logical question. Here's my logical question, right? You are talking about black people doing these things to black people. You don't understand why they co-signed Charlie Kirk. You don't understand this. So here's what I'll never understand from you. I'll never understand from you FBA is why y'all bang out on other black groups, right? Who pose no threat to y'all. Y'all don't talk about the Asians that's coming in here over the border. Y'all don't talk about the Mexicans who we know they own everything. They done took all the opportunity from black folk, right? I think they've taken more opportunity from black folk than a Jamaican has. But y'all will never talk about them. Do y'all not see the coonery in your own actions? And that's a legit question. I ain't even joking. I'm trying to have an actual conversation with you FBAs because I never understand it. Like, in my opinion, FBA destroyed the reparations argument. So to a degree, right? Because the reparations argument started with pro-blacks, with Pan-Africans, right? So I actually agree with Master P at this point, right? Niggas need to forget about reparations because you're never gonna get it. It's never gonna happen. And at this point, I don't even think I want my people to get reparations in 2026. I don't know. I haven't come to a full conclusion on
See
that.
that comment right
But
there
wait, let me finish. Let me
is
land right here.
not
Let me
this
land
is
right
not
here.
an FBA man.
Let me land right
No,
here, right?
it's
Y'all
not.
never be FBA. I think FBA is the
I think
goofiest
you're like
movement in the
a
world, and I think it has set black
you
people
are
back
a
so
descendant
far. Hold
of
on.
somewhere else, and that's okay. But that's what you
Especially
are.
when it comes to the conversation of reparations. I think FBA single-handedly destroyed
You said
the
that already. Do you want
reparations
me to answer your
argument.
question or
And
no?
I'm willing to have the conversation.
So last time I checked, there was an Asian boycott currently going on. You can just go Google it or go on TikTok and type it in. So that's a lie, what you just said about Asians. Not talking about Mexicans. I don't. I don't know, like Mexicans, from what we know, the most of the ones we see are outside of a Home Depot or selling fruit somewhere. So they're not taking any opportunity from Black people. So to answer your question, those would be very low level when talking about Mexicans and taking our opportunities. We really don't see that, so that's not a conversation. And I talk about Asian people all the damn time and how all they do is extract from the Black community while providing absolutely nothing.
Yeah, but your leader doesn't. Your leader
I don't
doesn't.
have a leader.
You do. If you're FBA, you have a leader, whether you
No,
want
you
to admit it
don't.
or not.
If you're FBA, that means you're a part of a bloodline. That's literally what that
No,
means.
that does not.
That's
I
exactly what it
am
means.
Black American from Low Country, South Carolina. I will never be one of you goofies. FBA is nothing more than a club. It is not a lineage. Let's be very, very clear. FBA is a club.
Okay, so
And
so what
everything
but
y'all
so what
cleave,
lineage do
hold
I
on, and I'm
belong
gonna land
to?
right here.
No, so what
And
lineage do I
everything
belong
y'all
to?
cleave to,
So what
right?
lineage do I belong
And
to, Wall
everything
Street?
y'all cleave to is African
What
American. Y'all are
lineage
tethering
do
your
I
movement to African American.
what lineage do I belong to? 'Cause I don't belong to yours. Which one do I belong to?
Who knows?
Exactly.
You
Dumb.
can
Dumb.
belong to whatever lineage you want
Dumb.
to.
You're
But you
dumb. What are
cannot
you
tell
talking
me that
about?
my parents are FBA. You can't tell me
I
that
don't care
Frederick
about
Douglass
whatever
was
your parents
FBA.
are.
You can't tell me that Brother Malcolm is FBA. You can't tell me Harriet Tubman
He
what.
absolutely
No,
was. She
we
absolutely
are
was. Yes,
something
they were.
different.
Yes, they are.
Y'all are tethering off my bloodline. How about that? I don't
You're a
know who
joke.
you people are.
First of all, your
One
accent
day y'all
alone
are
lets me know that
Indians.
you're not even
One day y'all are
FBA. You have an
Pretendians.
accent that
One
sounds
day
like
y'all are Moors.
I think
I
you're
don't
like
know who you
Dominican or
Negroes are.
something. I think you're Dominican or something, and you're hiding it because your accent. You don't sound like a Black American. I'm be honest with you. You don't. So I know that
Yeah,
you're
that's
hiding
cute.
something, which is typical tether behavior. They like to cosplay Black Americans, and you're not one. And that's why you get so upset about this conversation because there's no Black American like
No,
Sharon. He
I
doesn't
get
call
upset because
himself
you're
FBA.
dumb.
He
I get
doesn't call
upset because
himself
you're dumb.
FBA, but he's not
Wait.
offended.
To make
Tethers
that
get
statement
offended.
about
You're a
me,
tether.
to make that statement
Tethers are
about
the
me is
only
just
ones who get
dumb.
mad at FBA. Black Americans don't care about
I'm
FBA.
not. You know the
Just
only
tethers
thing
do.
I'm mad. Wait. Let's get back to the real conversation. I'm
No,
only
I
mad at
answered your
FBA.
question.
I'm only mad at FBA for two things.
We don't care.
One,
Can I cut you some
one,
time? I don't
I'm
even want
mad
to
at
hear. I don't
FBA
care
for
why.
destroying. I
I don't
repeat,
care why.
destroying. Right?
And this is
The
tether
reparations movement.
behavior.
All
Stop
right, so all right,
colonizing
so
the
destroyed
Wall Street
conversation.
reparations.
Willie.
I
All
don't
right, hold on.
care. I never asked you why are
So
you mad. That's not important to me. I don't care.
It sounds
Who
like you're
cares?
mad, sweetie.
so
It sounds
hold
like
on.
you're mad. I'm not mad. I'm
So
having a
Wall Street
beautiful
Willie.
tether Pan-African day.
So
Yeah, because that's exactly what you are.
why
Tether.
does
Who's a
it
Pan Africanist?
why does it concern you that FBA want to separate themselves? Why does that concern you so
Exactly.
much?
Because he a tether.
My only issue is you guys tethering to my bloodline, my lineage. If you want to go be
But you got to
pretendians
answer
and
my
go be
question before
something
you
else,
go.
How the
I'm
Before
hell do
you go
you
there,
fine
tether
with
to a
that. I'm
yeah.
lineage? That
fine
is
with
so
Before
that. But
dumb.
I'm
You
you
just
can't
go
saying
tether
you
there,
to a
cannot
lineage.
take Rosa
but hold
Parks
on.
Do
with
you
you.
know
Before
what
hold
You
on,
bloodline
Wall
cannot
Street
means?
take
You
Willie.
can't
Martin Luther
tether to
King with
that.
you.
Wall
You
You
can't
Street.
cannot
tether to
take
that.
Garvey, none of it.
Wall Street Willie.
Yes,
Nobody.
sir.
So FBA doesn't claim Marcus Garvey. But why you didn't answer my question?
I did answer your question.
No, you started talking about something
You
completely
asked me
different. You
why
said
does
why
it
are we
bother me,
tethering?
correct? You asked me why does it bother me, correct? The only
Yes.
FBA bothers me for two reasons only. One, because they are tethering to my history, right? And number two, the
All right.
FBA
Pause there.
movement has
All right, hold on.
single-handedly
Before we go to part
destroyed the
two.
reparations fight.
Before we go to part two, how's it that foundational Black Americans is tethering to what they tethering to?
They're tethering
That's it.
to African American culture, right? All the things they claim.
Well, that's all right. So you're saying they tethering to an African American culture. So you're saying foundational Black Americans is not African American culture? It's not the same thing? I guess his phone went out. Or is it that I'm out? You can hear me, Venus? Maybe my microphone went out. I don't know what that was. That is just crazy.
Now
Can
wait,
y'all
I'm back. What you said?
Okay. I said, are you saying African American is different from foundational Black American?
Clearly, clearly. That's y'all
What's
talking
the
point.
what's the
Y'all say that.
difference? Okay, what's the difference between an African American and a foundational Black American?
The difference is we ain't no goddamn Indians. Us African Americans, we ain't no pretendians. We not. Next, you want me to give you another difference? African
No,
Americans
but you
don't
didn't give me.
focus on division between black people.
But we're not focused on division, right? If somebody's doing something to you, shouldn't you call that out?
So yes, you should. So now my question to that
Okay,
is,
so
where
now when
is
we
the
are calling,
African boogeyman? Where's
so
the
now
African
when we are
boogeyman?
calling out, hold on. So now when we calling out people that was acting like they was being on our team, but actually participate in our demise, why can't we have a conversation about that to separate those people from our people?
A conversation can be had about it. That's what your movement is based in, right? So now, how you were quick to say, oh, FBA don't claim Garvey, we don't rock with Garvey. So y'all aren't interested, right, in any type of unity, right? So now, if that's the case, cool. What are these other groups supposed to do? They're
No,
supposed to
hold on.
laugh
So
at you
no, so
broke
no, no,
niggas
no.
and
So
how
no,
y'all
your premise.
destroyed y'all
Yeah, no,
own reparations argument.
hold on. Please, can you hold on? Your premise is wrong. At once upon a time, we attempted to have the whole, if you black, then you my brother. The people that are not foundational, they the ones that disrupted the treaty because they was being underneath our back, behind our back, doing things that was destroying our community.
Got you. So please give me something very specific that the African boogeyman did, right, to the black community that was more detrimental than the things that white folk did to the black community, Latinos,
Okay.
even them same Asians, right? They spending our
So
babies' food, feeding them cat.
so
Africans
before I
ain't doing
pass it
that to
to
the Jollof rice.
okay, before I pass it to MJ, so she get her piece in there as well. As I keep saying it over and over, but uh, they are willing to throw black folks under the bus for the slightest thing, for the slightest piece of food, for the slightest bit of money. They try to act as if they are not part of being a black human being in America when it's convenient for them. They try to separate themselves on how they are raised, on how they get their grades, on their intelligence, and then they would side with the other people. They would side with the ops
I mean,
to
my
make
people do that
also.
too. And that's
So
on
they would side with
W.E.B.
the
Du
ops
Bois
to
and
make
the
it
dead
seem like.
homies. Like,
So yeah, so they would side with the opposition to push black people down even more in society. That is the issue that we have with it. But let me welcome into the show Conversations with MJ. Good day, beautiful. How you doing?
What's up, Sharon? I was coming up here to find out about the Blazer. What's going on there? What's going on with the Blazer? You had like a business meeting or something?
I got one at 1 a.m.
Awesome sauce. Awesome sauce. Yeah.
This a whole thing. You see that right
got your
there,
little pocket
MJ?
square going. I see the pocket square too, brother. I see
You
you.
see that right there?
I see. I see. Okay.
You know what
Okay.
I'm saying?
I see
This
you
is
stunting. You stunting.
this made for me, goddamn, man. You know what I'm
Got a good cut to it. You're exposing your wrist bone and all that. Because your wrist
saying?
bone is supposed to be seen in a good cut. Like, I see you big time.
I got the full shebang, but I ain't feel like putting on the shirt and everything else though.
See, this the thing, right? In theory, Sharon, in theory, I have no problem getting with the FBA idea, right? In
Okay.
theory, it originally started saying we got to separate ourselves and just have our, not even separate. Let me take that back. We just need to establish our own identity. This is who we are, right? So for that first month, I was with FBA, but then when it became Africans and West Indians are the problem and they're taking from us. I personally have never met an African boogeyman. You know what I mean? Like, it's like even that whole term, and I'm gonna land right here. This is a good one, right? People will use this word, right? Akata. They call us Akata, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now they got Akata from one scene in Sugar Hill. Ain't no black person ever been in America ever been called no Akata. Now you know what an African might call you? He might call you a beach ass nigga. What I think was a better, right, like representation of real history was the movie Friday. I can't get jiggy with this. He was trying to get jiggy. He was with us. No, beach ass nigga. Like, he ain't calling no Akata. He used our
So
language.
I'm
Am I
gonna
bugging?
put my
All right, MJ,
I'm
I'm
gonna
gonna go
put
on mute.
my spin. Yeah, please. Thank you, Wall Street Willie. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm in total disagreement with Wall Street Willie. It's a sense of gaslighting at this point. We have at least 4 representatives in government that are immigrant born who said that the black community, the black American community, does not deserve reparations. And their reasoning behind it is because that they feel that it's not needed, and also because immigrant born Americans would not be able to participate in that reparations. We can also look into our entertainment industry, right? When it comes down to movies, when we have movies that's African centric, they have African, artists, actors and actresses, which is beautiful. They look great. They're beautiful. But even within our own movies that is affiliated with our culture and our history, they are now going out and seeking African actors and actresses to play our roles. Do we not have American actresses and actors that can play even our own history? So we have to take that into consideration, that now it seems that is more, if they're going to look for representation when it comes to being black, and nobody's saying that these individuals are not black, they're just not black when it comes down to ethnic identity. They're black when it comes down to race. We're not seeing any representation from our identity. That's actually being taken away from us, or is being interchangeable with others' identity. But the thing about it is, a black American person can't go into anybody else's country and say, well, I'm Jamaican today, I'm this today, I'm that today, and I need to be in your government, and I need to have more representation there. They will tell us to get the fuck up out of here so quickly, and whatever not, they will shut us down immediately. Now, nobody's saying that we can't work together, and nobody's saying that we ain't family in a distant kind of way, a part of the diaspora situation. But it always been about saying, hey, there is a particular ethnic group that needs to continue and solidify their ethnic group. So when we're living in our communities, we can, advocate for things that it will benefit us, just like how they advocate for things that benefit them in their communities. Now, it's something completely different when it's more about like New York and other areas like that, right? We're more mixed in with each other. So technically, sometimes helping all of us, when we, get things done, it will help all of us. But there is certain situations like in the South or the Midwest and stuff like that, that does take away from that actual ethnic group if they're not solidifying something for them. Like the Somalis was able to get down the way how they did in Michigan because they made sure that their identity ethnic group was established, and that they needed things in their community that was important to them, whether it was business, whether it was having their own school, that they could teach their own culture, teach their own religion, you name it, right? And we just need to have that happen too. Now, the back and forth, I get it. We getting greasy on both sides, right? We've been getting, but at the end of the day, the delineation is not about hate. It's about being proud of being Black American, just like they're proud to be Jamaican, Trinidadian, and come from wherever they want to come from. Now saying that we don't have a culture, now saying that we nothing that we have created here is not ours, or even if they did participate in it, like for example, with rap and hip hop, they participated in it, right? But mainly the people who cultivated hip hop and R&B and rap was Black Americans. You just can't just erase that part of the history, which we actually see happening now. They're now claiming that literally rap and hip hop came and R&B came from Jamaica. They're literally saying that right now. So if they saying that if it came from Jamaica, then they're saying that Black Americans weren't the ones who started it, especially not in Harlem, right? It had nothing to do with us. They're making it seem like they brung it from there over here, and that's not the case. Because while we was having hip hop, R&B, reggae was just popping off no more than 10 years later.
Now wait, let me. I wasn't trying to cut you off, MJ, but I'm saying, I get long-winded, and that was a lot to respond to, right? So let me just interject, right? So when you're saying that we no longer have representations in, what was it, the actors, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you're saying we no longer have representation in acting, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm asking you, have you seen the movie Is God Is, right? It's a Black movie, right? I'm even saying that the greatest African that ever lived was played by a Black American male, T'Challa, right? So these things aren't necessarily
That's an
true the way
American
you're
story.
framing them. Now, I will agree with
It's an
you, right?
American story, though.
I will agree with you that I am tired of seeing Johnson Hansu and all them play Snowfall and everything else. I can agree with you there. There are things you said that I 100% agree with. But when we're talking about them going into communities as very tiny groups and getting things done, my only question is, why are we blaming them for our lack of success? Right? At the end of the day, our opposition has always been the white male in America. That the
But
focus.
that's one
I'm
thing,
saying,
Billy. I know you long-winded, but let me just I don't want to lose my thought, please.
Me neither.
I'm sorry, and I'm at work. I apologize. I only have a few minutes. It's not that we're blaming them. We're noticing that certain things that we are trying to do for our community, they are now in higher places behind the scene, having meetings and discussing with the ops that no, we don't think that this particular group deserve this, that, or this. When they need a benefit for their group, they outline it to their group and what their ethnic culture needs for them to flourish. It doesn't have anything to do with us. So when we want to take the opportunity to say, okay, our ethnic group moves like this, we need this, we need that, we can't have people in there behind the scenes going to meetings saying, we don't think that they need this.
All right,
So it's one thing to advocate for yourself and do for your and get what your group need, but once you start trying to remove it from other people, then yes, you're gonna have a problem.
got you. So now my question is, right? Can you name me an African that coons on the scale of a Tim Scott, which is an FBA'er, right? To a what's his name? Whitlock or Jesse Lee Peterson, right? Like the high level coons are still African American coons, right? I can't think of outside of the greatest coon that the continent has ever produced, CT, right? I don't see nobody else, right, on the level of coonery of a Tim Scott. This is an
Okay,
FBA.
so here's the thing. So far, the 4 representatives that's in office that have voted against reparations, They were not African, so I agree with you, but they were Caribbean born, right? So a lot of them was Panamanian, Jamaican, and Haitian, who have said that we do not need reparations.
Can you give me a name?
However,
I'm
Brian
giving you a name. Tim Scott.
Bison, I think his name is Bison Tiller or something like that. Brian Tiller.
Bryson Tiller?
Well,
You
no,
talking about
not the
Donald?
singer. Not the singer. It's I think it's Byron something. My bad.
Is that what I
His name is
said?
Byron
Keep on
something.
playing games.
Byron Donald.
Loving's not the same.
That's his name. You know, why you want to go sing now? You a hot man. I think Byron Donalds. Thank you, Sharon. And another one, I forgot her name was. I think it's Winston Salem. I forgot her first name, and I forgot the other two. But there are at least four representatives who are in office now, and they're what's the name? They're up for a re-election right now. That have been on record to say that they don't believe that Black Americans deserve reparations, and the reason if anything, they said that we deserve a tax credit. Like, that's a problem right there. You don't really know what the Black American need, but then now you're offering to say, hey, give them a tax credit, like it's a child tax credit for slavery.
Yeah, like they but hold on, they only make that argument because of me, right? They heard me say that, right? One of the things that I said would be a viable reparations idea is for us to get a tax exemption, right? A multi-generational, like, you got to give us at least 100 years. And the reason for saying that was talking to white folk about reparations. Like, even when you get to a Bernie Sanders, right? Bernie Sanders will tell you, I do think Black people deserve some type of economic recoup for the things they've been through. He said, but the only reason why I couldn't support it is I know for what is owed to Black America, it would bankrupt the economy. Now, that's something where I can say, okay, that makes sense. So this is when my argument becomes, well, let us pay ourselves, right? If you give us the tax credit, well, we're not pumping this money into America, and we're pumping it back into our own communities through this tax credit, right? Now, we should be able to do the things that the Chinese and the Somalis and everyone else has done, right? We would,
Yeah,
if
but
we could
that
pay
won't.
ourselves. That makes sense?
That wouldn't work unless we didn't have to pay any form of taxes for a certain amount of decades.
Yeah, that's what I'm
That's
going
the
for.
only way. That's the only way that would work. But if you're talking about somewhat like a tax credit, they're going to get that shit back within. They're going to get that shit back within the next year or so, like that. It will be like what you call it, like honorary. We're acknowledging that we did wrong, but that's it. They're giving you an honorary certificate. You know what I'm saying? Like, just like how they did in the UN. Yes, they confirmed and said that slavery, everybody voted except America, and I think Argentina was the only two countries that voted no, but everybody else in the UN said that slavery or Atlantic slavery was the worst crime to humanity in history. But even in that was just an honorary acknowledgement. It wasn't meant to right any wrongs or do anything. You see what I'm saying?
But
And
MJ, this is what I'm saying though. In terms of actually establishing a form of reparations we could get, right? That is always going to be an argument we're going to have with white America, right? So one of the reasons why I said FBA basically destroyed the reparations argument is now you got a bunch of folks claiming to be Indians. So now white America can say, well, we paid the Indians, right? Because let's be clear, the conversation about reparations is strictly based on the
but you gotta understand.
transatlantic
So there's
slave
two
trade.
different things.
Hold on. Hear what I'm saying though. The conversation about reparations is strictly based on the transatlantic slave trade. That's what's been documented in American history by white folk. That's what Black leaders for years have fought for, right? And when I'm talking about these Black leaders, it's not only Malcolm, right? But he was also having conversations and working with Patrice Lumumba, right? Like, I can show you Africans in a very impactful way supporting our cause. Now, somewhere that got off track. I can admit that, right? Like one of the reasons why I stopped claiming Pan-African, my argument is Pan-Africanism benefited the kids of Soweto more than it benefited the kids of Baltimore. That's a valid argument that if anybody presented that, I'm in full agreement. I don't even have an issue with, right? But when we add, my grandmama told me I was an engine and this, that, and the third, then we're taking like key pieces off the
Well,
table
that's
in the reparations argument. We're
but
actually strengthening white folk.
okay. So here's the thing, right? That's what FBA is for. FBA do not associate, or they're not tying their lineage to their Indian ancestry. They're only focused on the lineage that came from the transatlantic slave trade. That's why because you remember, there's FBA and there's ADOS, right? And ADOS, right, that also puts in people who do have Indian ancestry. You have to remember that.
Other way around. It's the other way
Listen to
around.
me. No,
ADOS dealt specifically with the American descendants of slavery. If you look at the
right, but
FBA
that's what
flag,
I'm trying.
hold on. If you look at the FBA flag, because y'all have a flag, and I know most people who are starting to buy into the FBA argument, don't even know y'all have a flag. The flag has 3 stars on it. The final star, right, represents actual people attached to slavery. The first one is about they came before Columbus, Ivan Van Sertima argument, which has been debunked. The second star, the one in the middle, the biggest one, it's for the indigenous Black people of America, right?
Yes.
Neither one of those is me. So
Okay.
I can't
So
be
then
attached to FBA
if that's
lineage.
not, but then if that's not you, then yes, you should not claim FBA. But not every Black American is only just Black American. There's a lot of us that do have indigenous ancestry and has been traced back. Like, for example, both of my grandparents on my mother's side is on the Freeman list and the Dawes rolls. Okay? Like, I found my great grandmother on that roll. All right. So you people don't know that it was the Lumbee tribes that was indigenous African on this state. The only thing is, when people think about indigenous, they're only thinking about the 5 tribes. The 5 tribes that filled out and signed the Dawes rolls. There was more tribes than those 5 immediate tribes, the Cherokee, the Choctaw, and all the stuff like that. There was more tribes here. So that's those people who want to look into that. But to stop rambling, my thing is that you really have a problem, just like a lot of people do, is you think that this is going to cause division, but it is not causing division. It's just pretty much identifying, acknowledging a certain ethnic group and their contributions to America as well as to the world. And that is perfectly fine. The people who have an issue with it is, you got to really think about it. Why would they have an issue to it unless they can't anchor themselves to that history, right? And then they will go back and say, yes, it's anchoring themselves to that history. I gave you a prime example of literally, you have Jamaicans are saying that something that is a subculture of music that is pretty much identifiable to be Black Americans, saying that it came from Jamaica.
Nobody reputable is making the argument that
now why would they do that?
Wait. Nobody reputable is making the claim that hip hop came from Jamaica. The claim is
it's not about being reputable.
Come on, MJ. The claim is that West Indians were a part of it. The point that I point out is the point that I point
That's
out
not
is
the
like when
claim.
you
I can literally show you a video when someone literally said that it came from Jamaica. It doesn't matter if that person is credible or not. It's the point of putting that narrative out in the air and
it
letting it breathe
doesn't
for
matter if it's
itself.
credible though.
Because people are not using it to is not saying it for credibility. They're just saying it to make it to people to believe it. People are not going back to double check and research whether or not this guy is saying it. They're going to say, "Oh
No,
yes,
but here's the
you're
thing,
absolutely
people.
right."
Here's the thing, people do know, right? Because I consider myself a hip hop historian and purist, right? So when you're talking about, it's not Grandmaster Cass, is it Houdini, right? He's West Indian, right? But the reality was, he was a part of black culture, right? He wasn't wearing net shirts like Shabba Ranks or none of that. No, he was wearing dookie gold chains, right? Like African Americans were wearing. He was making African American music with African Americans. There's really no argument from the West Indians that were involved at that point. Like, yeah, we were involved in black culture, right?
Right,
You'll
but see,
never,
again, you're stating something that everybody knows, but you got people out there who is trying to rewrite history. That's what I'm trying to state to you. There are people who are literally going out of their way trying to rewrite history and say, no, it wasn't that we were involved in it. We were it. We got literally videos out here where you got Haitian people and everybody saying that they are the real black Americans. And this is why they're not leaving, because TSP is ending, because they're the real reparations. They are even literally saying that if it wasn't for the Louisiana Purchase, that you wouldn't even have New Orleans if it wasn't for Haiti. And this is the reason why that they are the real black Americans, and why we need to be deported and they need to be here. Even though we don't have no other alignment with any other country except here, because at least 8 generations is on this soil. We can't even pinpoint where our ancestors are from in Africa.
we
If
don't
you
need
do
to.
one of those rinky dinky fucking DNA fucking tests, they're gonna fucking pinpoint you to 20 goddamn fucking countries in Africa.
Right, because that's irrelevant, right?
It's not
My
irrelevant.
people, let me be very
It's
clear.
not
Let me be very
irrelevant.
clear. Let me be very clear. My people are African Americans. That doesn't make us Africans, right? There was what a lot of people will, I hate to use the big words, right? But an ethnogenesis where we became
Yes,
our
we
own
know what an
people. And you
ethno.
know, in
Right,
that moment,
exactly.
come on, MJ, please let me finish one sentence, right?
Because you're going over something that everybody on this panel know. You're not telling me nothing about an ethnogenesis, bro. Come on now.
Can I just make
You
my
can make
argument?
it. I'm sorry. You
Can
can
I
make
just
your
make my argument?
argument. Go ahead. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is, right, we're not claiming to be Africans, right? This whole delineation, right, that happened a long time ago when our people became what's known as the Negro problem, right? And when they was trying to use Paul Cuffey and everybody to send us back to Africa, you know what my African American people said? Nah, we are our own people here in America. We not going back over there because we don't know nothing over there, right? Like, we're gonna cast our lot right here and figure it out in America, dealing with the horrors, the white man, everything else. We're gonna figure it out right here, right? This is when we become our own people. So we're no longer African. We're African American. But what ends up happening is, right, you have this whole thing where I think his name was Arbors, right, in New York. He was trying to get a political seat, right? To be able to vote, you had to be a landowner. He buys up all this property in Central Park and brings in black folk, right? It has never in the primary text ever once been called Seneca Village. It was called Nigger Village. In any primary example, if we're talking about newspapers that were written at the time, it was never called Indian Village. It was called Nigger Village, right? And so I'm saying when these other things are attached to our history, they conflate our real history, they confuse people, and this causes division. That's what I'm saying.
I'm just saying this. It's not division. It can't be division. If a Jamaican, an Indian, a Trinidadian, and everybody, even an Afro-Latina, can claim and go by their particular ethnic group, which is their culture, which is their religion, their mannerisms, and how they conduct their household, then when Black Americans or African Americans or FBA, when they want to do it, then it should not be a problem. It should not be considered xenophobia, because it's not. If you can do what you can do for your people and then rep your flag and sing your songs and all that stuff like that, then we can do it too. The push for Black Americans to say that they're African, because that's exactly what's happening. Even though you just admitted that we're our own people, you got Africans saying why you don't want to be African. We're not African. We're not African anymore. We're separated by 8 generations. Yes, we do have African blood, and people are not saying that we're not connected, but we are our own ethnic group. The same thing, the same smoke. Oh, let me finish. The same smoke is not given to Caribbeans. If in fact, if you want to go with the Caribbeans, why are Caribbeans not being called Jamaican African? Why are they not being called Trinidadian African? Why is that not happening? Why with CARICOM they have accepted and acknowledged that this is an ethnic group that is, yes, they have lineage with Africa, but they accept them as their ethnic group. So if you're not going to be honest, and most people are not going to be honest, the reason why it's a push down on Black Americans, but it's acceptable with anybody else, then yes, we're going to continue to have this tension, but it's not division. I think that's the wrong word. It's not a division whatsoever. If we don't quote unquote have any motherfucking power, because this is what it says, we don't have no power, we don't rule shit in America, right? Then we can't be affecting them any way whatsoever possible.
MJ.
Hold on, Willie. Let me also, before you go, Willie, Special Eddie, I think I spoke to you before, but I don't remember. I'm not sure 100%. What's up with you?
Yeah. Well, we definitely talked before. I just wanted to, I came in kind of late. I wanted to join earlier, but I was in a meeting. The lady that was saying, men are more deceptive than women. I just wanted to see if she cleared it up or what, because, I mean, some women be having men on, the wrong baby for a couple of decades, so I don't know. Did she clear it up
We
or?
moved past that one.
Okay,
we kicking the backs in FBA's in.
Oh, okay, but.
Like, the honest truth is, the whole FBA conversation has become the new racial version of the gender wars, and none of it helps us as Black people. It all creates division, right? Like, even with me, right? I was born in Harlem Hospital. I spent every summer, damn near, most of them, in not South Carolina, Low Country, South Carolina, right? But if you want to talk about the division, one great-grandmother, one, now makes me a tether, right? Now, when I go to Barbados and I'm around that family, they introduce me as, this is my grandson from Afara, right? Like, he's not West Indian, but now let y'all tell it I ain't FBA either. I'm just on an island floating, right? Like, it's crazy.
Well, you know that's not true, because they, even with the FBA, they state even you having one
Listen,
member
man, when Venus tells me that, I gotta consider it. She's a very intelligent sister. So if she tells me now I'm a tether because the other 7 of my great grandparents were all from America, but that
No,
one West
she's
Indian woman now makes me from a far island.
no, that's not what makes you that's not what makes you a tether. She's talking about your behavior. Your behavior is that you want Black Americans to share, but in the same breath, you're not asking for any other ethnic groups to really participate in the diaspora that is being asked of Black Americans.
I'm not asking us to share. I'm asking us to build, right?
But that's the whole point, though. They're not building. CARICOM had nothing to do with Black Americans, did it? CARICOM is still going on today. That is between Africa and the Caribbeans, where they're bartering and doing a bartering system and business with each other and allowing them to have free passage with their passport between the countries. That had nothing to do with Black Americans.
That is
They
incorrect.
didn't invite us.
Ghana is offering that to us as well. It's a
Ghana has
beautiful country.
listen to me, Linda. What Ghana did,
Hey, yo,
what
watch your mouth,
Ghana
EG. Chill
did,
out. Go
what
ahead.
Ghana did, the return to Africa, what's the name, right? That's only one country. CARICOM is a plethora of countries between the Caribbeans and plethora of countries between Africa. It's not the whole continent. It's certain countries that has participated in CARICOM with the Caribbean countries that
Ghana's
are
one of those
participating.
countries.
Yes, but like I stated before, Ghana was the only one who had reached out to Black Americans and
Not true.
offered that return of Africa.
Kenya has as well. See, this is the thing, right? I don't
No,
listen, hold up. Here's the thing, right? The misinformation, right, trumps what's really going on every time, because that's not true. There have been multiple countries that have offered us, passage to come back and whatnot. Now, and this is the problem, right? Because even with the gender war, right? The war gets so hot that you can't even address things that need to be addressed, right? So for me, I'm not going back to Africa. You know what I mean? That ain't happening, baby. I like land, I like space, and I like Wi-Fi, right? So I'm staying here, right? But in the midst of all of that, we still found a niche where we could work together, right? And when people don't know that, no, Ghana isn't the only country offering these things, we end up allowing goofies on YouTube to trump the argument. And I'll land right here, right? My biggest beef is with YouTube and social media. YouTube and social media have made the earth flat and niggas think they engines. It's all misinformation.
Okay. All right, Willie. I'm just gonna agree to disagree, because like I stated, it's not about division. We can work with each other, but it has to be respect on both sides. I'm literally working with my fellow African co-workers, and I'm buying property over in their countries right now, and I'm getting my buildings and my houses built up, right?
So what does that make you, a Pan-African FBA?
No, not necessarily. I don't consider myself Pan-African. I'm doing business for me.
Yeah, but you're doing business with Africa, and so you are helping to put.
Not necessarily, because I'm just buying property and I'm building my own business over there. I don't have nothing to do with their government.
No, but if you're building a business over there, it's going to employ people there. If you're buying the land from people over there, you're putting money in their pocket.
Yep, and I'm doing, but here's the thing, though. I'm also doing that here.
Hear what I'm saying, though. Hear what I'm saying, though. In doing all of that, that in itself is simply the baseline principle of Pan-Africanism. Working together for our own benefit.
Okay, so let me ask you a question, but But okay, so wait, no. So what about when we benefit, they benefit, right? Because one of the things is you have to come in their country and you have to, like you said, build something and bring money. You can't come over there and looking to start a new life and think you're going to be above the civilians that live over there. You're not,
You know
right?
why?
But they have listen, but they have the ability to do that here.
Right.
It's
And
not
do
the
you know
same.
why? Because they have a level of ownership of their countries. We don't have that here, right? So it's not a thing of we're allowing them to do anything, right? Like we just have a very different dynamic here in America. And a portion of it we fought for our own benefit. The premise was bringing these people in, you know what I mean? Like putting them in our mix, the Garveys or whoever, right, would produce our UNIAs, where there is unification in the black community. You do see
But
people
that's the problem.
progressing.
It's not but that's not happening. We even though that was our mindset, just like Sharon pointed out earlier, instead of they coming here and saying, okay, we're falling under this flat black and we're going to unify and help all of our communities, they have decided to separate themselves off of their own identity, their own ethnic group, which is completely different than ours. And they separate it, and whatever money and whatever not is only going towards their community. They make sure they shop at their shops. They make sure they buy clothes that is of their culture. They literally support their ethnic group and the things that comes with their ethnic group.
Now
So it
peep it
does.
though. Peep it, MJ though. You're very vague when you're saying these things. Here's what I'm saying, right? After a generation and a half, right? After a generation and a half, you have Sheck West, right? I got hoes calling, right? Like whole black hip hop, right? Like he's literally now a part of the culture. He's become more black, right, than African. That's
Okay,
the
so let me ask you a
reality.
question. You named Chef West. Please tell me what has he done for the black community
He
instead of
put
just making money off the black community. Let's
he
keep it 100.
he
So you
produced.
think because him making millions of dollars or hundred thousands of dollars on the black community using black American I guess genre of music is benefiting us? How?
I'm saying to you, right? Number one, his production team, everybody around him, it's a bunch of white folk or black Americans, right? But number two, when you play Mo Bump, like when it get to that point, hold up, shit, bitch, right? Like the ground at NC A&T, what is it? North Carolina A&T, right? We were in the grass was shaking, like we was in a building. Everyone was turned up, right? Like I'm just saying,
Again, I'm still
hold on, hear
trying
what
to
I'm
say
saying,
how.
hear what I'm saying, right? I get your point about who's benefiting from what, but I'm saying everybody should benefit because this African kid made a dope song. I see black people enjoying it, using it. It's a part of the
So
culture.
you think it's a benefit because it's entertainment value, but it's nothing that is substantial to our community and benefits it at all. If anything, if he's an African who's also helped contributing to Black American music, especially a subculture that most people have a problem with, and they like to identify all Black Americans as behaving this way or only liking this type of music or genre, then I'm still not seeing how this is a actual benefit and how it will be very similar to what you just said I'm doing over there in Africa. It's not. If
I'm saying
anything,
in the field of music, right? It is a benefit. Like it literally, if you look
it's
at
not.
it,
It's not a
if you
benefit.
hold on. If you look at it in a timeline, right? I would make the argument that that plays into the greatest Afrobeats artist to date being Chris Brown, right? It's just an infusion of two cultures that live, work, operate in tandem with each other. Nobody's
Yeah,
taking nothing from
no,
nobody, right?
I
Because
don't
I
think
don't,
so.
hold on, because hear what I'm saying. I don't hear Africans saying, well, what has Chris Brown done for Nigeria, right? Nah, he has the right to make Afrobeats music. Sheck West has the right to make hip hop music, but I'm talking about who Sheck West has become. He hasn't become this African that wants nothing to do with the black community. No, I'm saying totally the opposite. After a generation and a half, you can't tell him he's not black. And I don't think he has any ulterior motives for the black community. I don't think if
See,
you
but that's
ask
my
Sheck
thing,
West,
though.
hold on, I don't think if you ask Sheck West, should black people get reparations, he would say no. I can name
Okay,
you a lot of American blacks that would say no. Jesse Lee Peterson would say no, right? Tim Scott would say no. These are black folk. These are FBAs.
when they're questioning, the jury's still out on that point. But anyway, that's very
Yo, I
questionable
hate
over here.
MJ.
The jury is out on that point. You know what I'm saying? But listen, here's what I'm just saying, right?
Mm-hmm.
Even if Chef West had pretty much grew up in Black American culture
Mm-hmm.
and he has made it a part of his own and everything, that's great. But even, let's say, for example, if he did came out just like a regular, just African artist, I think that there would be nothing wrong with that, because, like I said, if he was just rocking with him just being African and and what type of African he is, whatever culture he's from, that's not a problem. That's a beautiful thing, right? I don't think that we have to intermingle so much to the point where we can't distinct. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that
understand the point I'm making.
we need to do that. I don't think that we need to do that to keep respect and to unify on certain things. Because listen, just from a cultural aspect, we're not going to unify on things, okay? Our upbringing and their upbringing is completely different, right? But this is not to say that one was worse than the other. Different does not mean that one is above the other. Difference is exactly what it is, a difference. And once you have respect for a difference, you won't be doing the most trying to mix shit together.
Here's what I'm trying to say, MJ, right? Like, yes, we do know that a lot of the older African generations look down on Black American culture, right? Like, they literally go as far as saying, we don't have a culture. But I'm saying after a generation and a half, these kids are fully ingrained in our culture.
But that's not true, though. But that's not true, though. Because majority of the ones who are, when it comes down to this quote unquote diaspora wars that you say, are young people. They're not old people. In fact, it's the older ones who are now saying, listen, y'all out of line, y'all out of pocket. They're not even listening to their elders telling them to chill out. The older ones, the younger ones now are saying, nah, fuck that shit. We on this shit, we gonna say all this, da 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 da. They will literally say that we have no culture, sitting up there wearing the same clothes that we wear and also talking our vernacular and saying that we don't have no cultures. And where did you get that from? Because that's not from your culture. They don't talk like that at your home, right?
Yes, but at the same time, though.
But this is what we're going through, right? And I'm just saying, as long as the respect level was there, then it wouldn't be no problem, right? There wouldn't be no problem. But you can't continue to ask people to quote unquote unify with people who is hella bent of disrespecting you and telling you that you should take it. You can't continue to tell people to unify when they know that they're having more benefits that we are not able to benefit in the same way that they can. Unless we are willing to come to the table to try to make it as even as possible, or at least we get something that we believe that is valued, that benefits us as well as them, then we're going to have this situation. But one can't be the one who's continuing to give and give and give and then getting shitted on at the same damn time. You can't be
So,
a
but wait,
Tyler.
what are we
uh,
giving to Africans? What are we giving to them en masse? Because we
I
didn't
wouldn't
give
say
them
necessarily.
citizenship.
No. Listen, I wouldn't say that we're giving, but I
That's
will
what you
say
said.
that, and that's why I'm going to take it back. I wouldn't necessarily say that we're giving. I would say that they have had coverage under our identity because everything is just black and white when it comes down to America and understanding the framework of how America is. It's black and white and everything else. That's how America operates, right? So they've been able to have coverage under the black identity in America. And then to be able to position themselves in a way where by having that coverage, they can now focus on things that is needed within their community.
So I just
And
want to be
that,
sure, right? Your basic argument is they have been able to come over here and use being black better than we have.
yes, absolutely, 100%,
Now,
absolutely.
Oh, can I
now
hop in?
you
Cause
do
no,
understand how crazy that sounds, though.
nah,
No,
don't use
it's
that
not.
word in Willie. Don't use that word in Willie, because what you said was they get black people who are not black people of America can't be better black people. We know that. What she's talking about is how we've backed them, right? Where they said, hey, we rock with y'all somewhat. Now they utilizing our faces and spaces to get ahead in this country, and then they get ahead, and then they say, shoot, I ain't black, I'm Jamaican. I ain't black, I'm from my people from Nigeria.
Exactly. Thank you, Kay the GOAT. Thank you, because Willie be loving this gaslight me up here. You be loving it. He just be having a field day in this motherfucker. But I gotta go, God. I gotta
Don't
go
do
back to
that
work.
to
It was
me,
good
man.
talking to you. Now you know what you're doing. Later.
Peace, sis. Nah, KT, I'm saying like, yo, I rock
Thank y'all
with
for
them.
holding me down too, by the way. Thank you.
I'm saying I rock with them. They not on that type of time in mass, right? Like I could always just go find Tim Scott video, right? And make a whole argument about blacks being sellouts. If you look at the African population in mass, nah, they're not lined up against us the way Negroes be making it.
Nah, they
They're
not
not.
in alignment with us at all, though.
I
See, here's the
disagree with
prime
that.
example. Now, hold up. Let me give you a prime example. Marcus Garvey came over here talking about Pan-Africanism, and even though he from Jamaica and been to Africa prior, it ain't take off for neither one of them,
He
right?
never made it to Africa. He never touched
Oh,
the
he ain't
soil.
making them. My bad, my
No, he
bad.
never touched
My
the soil.
apologies. But he was born in Jamaica. I know that for facts. I'm just saying
Yeah, he was born in
he's from
Jamaica.
somewhere that wasn't even America itself, and they didn't peep onto that, right? He came here, and we said, "All right, we're gonna rock with that." Can you name something like of the reverse in Africa or Jamaica, right? Where it's a group of Black Americans who went there, spread some ideology that's like, you know what, we're gonna rock with that and support it.
Well, wait, no, I'd rather stay there, right? Because if you're talking about Garvey, right, let's deal with the honest to God truth. White folks infiltrated the organization that he created that was 95% Negroes from Harlem, right? Oh yeah, I'm claiming that. UNI was big Harlem, right? I literally lived
For sure.
the headquarters for the UNI was on 128th and 8th Avenue. I live right around the corner from that, right? White folks, in order to stifle our movements, sent him back home. He wasn't the problem for us. He was the problem for them, right? Our unification, the one thing that cracker is extremely smart and right about is the biggest threat to America was the unification of us as a people, right? Because you got all these populations all over. America has a different, immigration policy. So if
There's
we
no
were to all
unification though.
unite, yeah, some
There ain't no
progress,
unification.
some things could shake.
There ain't never been no unification.
Nah,
I
there
mean, I
has
think I
been,
think the
bro.
main destruction we have of our country is what it's built on. It's a melting pot, right? That's what we all say. It's a melting pot. Well, that means it's not focused on one group if it's supposed to be a melting pot, but we
I
know
actually
it
don't
don't
agree
work
with
that way.
that, right? Because I'm from New York, right? That's considered the melting pot of America. What a lot of people don't know is America is probably one of the most segregated places you will find in America. You
You
will
know I'm from
find
North
nothing
Carolina.
but
I know.
small hats in Crown Heights. There was a time when you would find nothing but blacks in Harlem, but that day is gone, right? You will find nothing but Hispanics in certain parts of the South Bronx and whatnot. Like New York is extremely segregated.
No, I know New York I'm not even saying. My point is, this ain't no like. Listen, you go to Nigeria. Like I say to people, Nigeria focuses on Nigerians' well-being. Like if you're somebody that's not from Nigeria, and you're becoming a native, cool. You know what I'm saying? That means you're agreeing to assimilate the way. That's not America, right? It is if we not being honest, but they've been lying for a long time. Like, nah, it's about everybody. Everybody get an equal chance. You know, it ain't just if you
Look,
black or
KT,
white.
that's the reality, right? In terms of our criticism, we say we couldn't do certain things in their country, but the simple reality is we don't have a country, right? Like they're coming from homogenous nations, so yeah, it's
Sure.
gonna be different. You know what I mean? We just don't have that here in America. But my issue is we seem to have lost sight of who the real op is. I have never had an African boogeyman. There's never been a West Indian that stopped me from doing nothing. I don't even think I've seen a video of a West Indian pulling a gun on a black person, right? I just saw that with a white woman doing it to a sister in a parking lot, right? Like my thing is just whether we're gonna operate with them or not, that's one thing. But to preface them as some type of enemy that's stopping us from doing anything, that is simply not true. They don't have
I
that
don't.
level of power in America.
Nobody's saying they're enemies per se. I mean, first of all, the thing is
That's what FBA
just
be
man,
saying.
black people don't have power in America. Let's just be honest about that. We can say
I
it's
don't
like
I don't
black
agree with that, but
billionaires,
go ahead.
millionaires. I mean, I understand, but the facts are like, right. What's actuality? Black people ain't running shit, not in America. So, in any of them
Oprah
coming
is
through, we
running
can't
shit.
say they not.
50 Cent
Oprah ain't
just bought
running
half of
shit.
Shreveport. Hold on, KT. 50 Cent just bought half of Shreveport, Louisiana, right?
Mhm.
Oprah is running shit. We do have a certain level of power, right? When you talk about the next election that's gonna come in, we're talking about Hakeem Jeffries potentially being the voice, the what do you call him, the speaker of the
Yeah, House
Democratic Party
Speaker.
or whatever, right? That's power.
Yeah,
So this is
yeah.
what
Nah,
ends
that's
up
the
happening
illusion
with
of power, right?
no, it's not an
It
illusion,
is.
bro.
It's like the illusion of choice, right? It's like where you buying a name brand or non-name brand cereal, but both of them
So
made
now
by
look,
General Mills.
right? If that's the case, if you're saying that black senators and congressmen have an illusion of power, then
Mhm.
how are you making this argument that your African boogeyman has the power to
That you
hold you
came up
down?
with that. I just said from the beginning. I'm not saying
I'm
they didn't.
saying they're
What I
not, they
said
don't
is we
have Senate
none of us have
spots.
power, right? That's what I
Nobody's
said from
thinking
the beginning.
about an immigrant having the Speaker of the House position. So they clearly don't have the power that you're claiming that they have.
You're proclaiming they had the power. I'm saying like I can look at them as detractors for sure. I've never claimed anything about what power
As
they have, and I
detractors,
said, yeah, no, for sure. They can definitely get in the way of the goal. They can definitely perturb the goal. You can use a semi-black face in order to say this is some black stuff, but
this
it's
is
not even a person
this
who's
my
really
thing
for
though,
that else.
KT. This is my thing, KT. All jokes aside, for me, a coon is a coon is a coon, right? Like we don't all wear the banner of Tim Scott, right? All black people aren't being judged by Tim Scott. All Africans ain't coons. It's a lot of them that rock with us hard body, want to see us win, and want to work with us. But they get lost in the conversation because we only talk about the African coons. I'm not denying to you that yes, there are African coons. Absolutely. Right? But they don't speak for the people. That's like saying Tim Scott speaks for Sharon. Right?
For sure.
The
I
the
mean that ain't
unfortunate
what that
look,
ain't what
look, did
that
all
ain't
jokes
what
aside,
being done
KT.
though.
All jokes aside, KT. After having gone to that continent, man, and being treated like a god, whether it was for the fact that, you know, I came in there with the white man's money and I tipped like a 70-year-old white man the whole time. Whether that was it, or whether it was the fact that every outfit I came with, I looked like 50 cents. Oh, do you know 50 cents, my brother? All I'm saying is they treated me like a god over there.
Yeah, for
You know
your
what I
money,
mean?
like you
So
said, like
so
hold
what I'm
up, like you
saying,
just
so
said,
hear what
they
I'm
treated
saying
you
though.
like that for the
So
money
so hear
though.
what I'm
It
saying though.
should be respect as black men as brothers, right? Because that's what we gave them. That's why you avoided answering that
That's how they
question
treated
about
me.
what the black parallel of some black people from the US went over there to Africa and started the movement. They picked this up like we picked up Pan Africanism. See, we support them. Ain't nothing wrong with that. You feel me? I'm saying, your boy, if you gotta pop out with money for somebody to treat you nice, guess what? They don't really like you. Because when they
No,
come over here, what happens is they hold on,
Let me
they'll
be
come up in
clear.
our
Let
black
me be
communities,
clear.
right,
Let
in
me
the
be
U.S.
clear.
people, and they
Let
gonna
me be
hire their
clear.
family. They're not
The
gonna hire
real
none of
vibe that I got from them was the vibe of a brother. Right? Like it's literally I ain't got no Guyana family, right? But the vibe I got was this is my homeboy from Black America. Look at him. Feed him good. Do you want another plate? Like that's how they treated
yeah,
me.
cause they gonna eat good too. Cause you heard what he said. This my homeboy. You don't know that man from a can of paint.
Nah,
But you
if
okay with the
no,
problems if it make you feel good. That be the problem we be having.
wait. I'm from Harlem, bro. Like in Harlem, we do our own thing so much. We not trying to get you when you come in town. If anything, we trying to show you how good we live and help you get the things you need while you here. That's the vibe I got when I was in Ghana. We just want to make sure you straight. I want to be clear, right? I was being honest in saying that I knew I came over there with American money, which is 99.999 dollars to their dollar, right? Like I knew that was an element, but I'm saying how they treated me. I didn't go everywhere I went leading with my money. Now I don't think they stupid enough not to know. Oh, he's from New York. You're from Brooklyn, right? I told him I was from Brooklyn, Sharon. I ain't even gonna lie to you, my nigga, but you know what I mean? Like, you're from Brooklyn. Oh, okay. You know what I mean? So I do agree that they probably put me in the Black American. He has money, even if he's from the projects compared to over here. He can tip well, right? So that may have been an element, but I'm saying I saw a whole nother side past that where we want you to be good. Like it ain't even about getting nothing from it. We don't want you to go home and tell them how much we love you or this, that, and the third. We just want to make sure you good. You good, bro? You want to eat? What kind of that's the way they treated me. So I just don't see this African boogeyman at the end of the day, right? Whoever knows Nolan, I always call him Orson Welles. Whoever Nolan Wells was on the boat with is a bigger issue for me. Jeff Metcalf is a bigger issue for me. Judge Shitty or Chitty or whatever his name. I'm sorry, Sharon. I don't know what his name was, right? But the one that shut down Carmelo's retrial, right? He's more of an issue for me. The African boogeyman ain't do none of that. The African boogeyman didn't shut down CRT, right? Homie, that was the governor of Florida did that. They're just not this threat that FBA pretends that they are. And if the conversation is strictly about reparations, I could deal with that, right? But then I have to question FBA because a lot of the FBA argument invites this fantasifical, if that's a word, right?
That is
This
definitely not a
fantasy,
word. No.
chill out, KT. This
Definitely.
fantasy idea, right? That we all a bunch of Indians. I'm saying that hurts the actual reparations argument. Reparations is based around the transatlantic slavery and the effect it had on the Black Americans that live in America to this day. that don't have nothing to do with the Trail of Tears, that don't have nothing to do with the Lumbee or the Choctaw or anybody else
Or
who all of
Wounded
a
Knee.
sudden we believe we are. I'm
Now,
talking about
now that's a little.
Fannie
Now,
Lou
what you're talking
Hamer.
about? Hold up.
I'm
What you
talking
bringing up,
about
Willie? The smallest
Harriet.
group of people, Negroes, but most Negroes is not talking about. It's more of a concern to most Negroes about how Africans treat us because they're supposed to be our brothers versus Negroes talking about. You know, we really Indians.
Let me ask you a
Ain't
question,
nobody
bro.
really hearing that.
Let me ask you a question. You out here
Yes, sir.
letting Africans violate you?
No. But I've seen the
No, I'm
violation.
at to answer the question because you're saying how they treat us. Are Africans out here violating you?
Yeah, they violated the community. I've been in. I can say that for sure.
How so? Explain.
Like I was saying, like they come over here, they'll make they'll make a store within the black community. They'll target the black community with low products, kind of harmful in certain senses. Let's be honest. You know what I'm saying? They get knockoff products, badly cleared things straight from Africa, selling it to us. Won't hire us within those stores. They're going to bring family members from Africa, so they're eating off of our community, not partaking within our community. And then just making a proclamation, well, I put a store here,
All
therefore
right, let's
I am
not go
helping
too
your
far.
community.
Let me just respond to that. And I'm gonna give you the floor right back. Like number one, when you're talking about bad products, I buy the absolute best whipped shea butter, right, that you could find, right, from my brother Labutu, right? Like this is not a bad product. Now, if your concern is people selling African Americans garbage, I could respect that, right? So now for me, our biggest op is cat wings, right? We got these Asians selling our babies cat wings with extra ketchup every day. And you shooting at shea butter? What
Nah,
are they
you at the
selling
New
us?
York state of
Wait, what
mind.
are they selling us that
More
this?
people is using
No.
shea butter
Wait.
than eating Chinese
Whoa.
food, my brother.
One thing I argue, the one group that I truly respect for being gangsters, Chinese people will set up in the worst communities everywhere. You got Chinese restaurants in Brownsville. Am I lying? Just nod. Just nod, Sharon. Chinese restaurants in Brownsville, in Baltimore, right? Places where you probably, me or you probably wouldn't even go, KT, right? Jackson, Mississippi.
Nah, I'm going
You
there.
got Chinese restaurants, not African jollof shops. And we know they are selling our babies cat meat. Cat meat. So if your issue is bad products, bad service, them selling us things that might make us sick, right? Asians out here selling their own people fake rice.
No, they're not, because all Chinese people know that like American Chinese food ain't even China food. You know what I'm saying?
Nah,
That's
fam,
not
you're
what
not hearing what I'm
they
saying.
know what the deal. Nah, they know they got a whole front going for our
No, you're
uneducated
not hearing what
American
I'm
sales,
saying,
right?
right? Let me
They
explain
tell
to you what
you
I'm
it's
saying.
Chinese
Let me
food
explain to
because
you what
it's
I'm
a
saying.
Chinese family in there.
In China, right, there is a known epidemic, right? Like Sharon over there, he just ate some bad rice. Like that rice be made out of plastic, right? Like this is my fault, God. But listen, this is something that's documented that they do with their own people. So if their own people are eating cat, I don't expect them to sell my babies good chicken. They like, who do you think you are? My babies eat cat. You, little Walmart Tavius could eat some cat.
Nah, that's what I'm
They've
trying to
been doing
explain to
this
you though,
for decades.
Willie.
Wait,
Listen to
listen.
me. You can't
They've
go to
been
China
doing
and
this.
try to hold on. Listen, you can't go to China and be like, yo, let me get a beef lo mein. That's what I'm telling you. You not understanding that they already made a finesse to sell to
Sharon, can
you.
you find beef lo mein in China? Nigga, you heard me. Don't come peeking in the camera. Back up. Can you find beef lo mein in China? You see? He don't want to answer you, KT, because he know I'm right, right? And he's hard by the FBA. But these same meals you can find in China, you're missing the point I'm making. They are over there willingly eating cat, right? So when they come over here, they look at us like, what are you even complaining for? My baby eat cat. You think Walmart Tavius is too good to eat cat, right? Now, what I'm saying to you is the Africans that come over here, and this is the real point, right? The Africans that come over here are typically, right, a bunch of Tim Scotts. They are the wealthiest people from their country. They are literally the children of parents that robbed their country blind, and they send their kids a foreign to get Western education. These people don't necessarily represent Africans in mass, right? So I'm saying if your problem is bad products, if your problem is bad food, then in the black community, there is no bigger op than Mr. Chan. Mr. Chan is not only selling us cat meat, but he is chasing down that young brother from the gas station and putting 5 in his back. Why not focus on them? They have, I've just pointed out a real,
I got a better question for you for real.
Intrinsic.
Can I ask you why do you think we should just focus on one instead of all opposition? Because that'd be my thing. It's fuck Chinese people and Africans to me. I mean, most of them do not care, but they care to take advantage of our communities. I'm just saying, you seem like you're sticking your neck out to save them. You ignore what I'm saying about how they do with their stores, right? You never went to the African store in the hood, and they got the hood Negroes working in there. They got their families that they gonna support from North Carolina.
I'm from Harlem, bro.
Support from whatever Nah, I've never seen that. And
that's my point, right? I am from Harlem, right? When you talk about, let's just pick one group, Nigerians, right? You're only gonna find the largest populations in 2 areas, New York City or Houston. Now, you are in West Virginia. I am more worried about toothless whites that go to the White House from West Virginia, kick the door in, and they screaming, "Where's Nancy Pelosi? We gonna string her up." They better not put a finger on Auntie Nancy, right? So I'm saying, no, these Nigerians, most of y'all that have these opinions probably have never even met a Nigerian or a Senegalese person. You're running with talking points.
Like, because you're saying this is that's what I'm saying. That'd be weird for y'all to use. I'm not a person born and raised in West Virginia. I've been here for 5 years now. I'm literally 33, my brother.
Where did you live in Brooklyn?
I've lived in North Carolina.
Yeah, North Carolina don't have Africans like that.
You're fucking lying. You live in Charlotte, you know you're lying, my nigga.
No, I party with them. I'm saying,
don't tell me it ain't no Africans in NC like that.
The African club is called Club Safari. Safari be popping, right? I hang out with them. So wait,
hold up, I know, wait, you know it's a whole African club, but got the audacity to say it ain't Africans there like that.
Give me 2 seconds, right? Like, what I'm saying is, yeah, I know they're in these communities, but their population, even in Charlotte, is so small, they don't put a blip on nobody's map. But now, I'm dealing with my real life. If I have an automatic payment coming right now, and it swallow up the last little $15 I got in my checking account, you know who I'm going to call? I'm going to call my man Nana Owolu, right? That's my man. He going to be, how much you need? 300? Cash app you that. I'm just saying I personally have this relationship with this group. I rock with them. Hard body. They are not a threat to me. They are not a threat more than Chinese cat food. They are not a threat more than white supremacy. And they are not a threat more than Tim Scott. I'm not thinking about them people, man. That's what I'm saying.
For me, they all a threat. Like, I hear what you're saying. I ain't gonna even keep arguing on it. But what I'm gonna say is they all a threat. You can say I'd rather hyper focus on this. I'm saying all y'all threats. If we take down, let's say the biggest threat is white people, according to our logic, right? Well, if that's the threat, we take them down. Do you think that there's no longer any threats left?
Yes. I think if we could defeat the white man in America, I think if we could defeat the white man in America, we are super niggas. Nobody else can be a threat, right? I think that's the level of caucasity, right, in America. That's our biggest enemy. That's Thanos. Thanos out there snapping his fingers, and Carmelo never comes home, right? That's Thanos. If I could beat Thanos, I could beat anybody else. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie to you. That's what I'm saying is the lack of education here don't help. Like that's why the new movie is Doomsday.
How is that
It's
Africa's
bigger.
fault?
It's no. Hear me out. It's bigger threats than Thanos.
Who is
It's
the bigger
much
threat
bigger
than the
threats
white
than.
man in America?
No, that's what I'm saying. You're trying to make that out to Thanos.
I'm
Because
telling you, the white man
hold
in
on, hold on, hold
America
on.
is Thanos. The
All right,
white
man.
man in America will snap his fingers and Nolan Wells' case disappears. The white man will snap his fingers and Carmelo is gone for 35 years. Who is more Thanos
No, that's what I'm
than the
saying.
white
You
man in
you
America?
you missing the point here, Willie. Thanos ain't the biggest threat in the MCU universe.
So
You
who is
somehow
the...
your knowledge
See, now
so
you want to
lacking
make
on
it
it, right?
comic book. Hold on.
No, it ain't
When
even
I...
about making the con. That's what I'm saying. But you got to anything you bring up is an analogy you should have understanding of, right? So when you talking about how this is the biggest threat, then you equate it to a person who's not even the biggest threat in their own universe. It shows your lack of understanding
I'm
there,
not
right?
dealing with the biggest threat in DC and Marvel. What I'm saying is you could pick the biggest threat. You can make it Dr. Doom and any of them goofy niggas from them comic books, right? I'm saying whoever you pick, that's the white man. It's not no African, right? Dr. Doom is the white man. If you want to pick who else? I don't even know who the bad guys is in them comic books. I was outside. But I'm saying whoever is the most gangster villain, that is not no African, bro. It's not. It's not. No
Nah, I give you
African
a good one.
is there's
But
not a single African that is responsible for Carmelo having to sit down for 35 years. Not one.
for sure,
There's
for
not a
sure.
single
That's
African that is responsible for us not being able to teach critical race theory to our babies. There's not one. These are the more important things to me, right? When I look at the things that I really want to push as a Black American nation, these are the things that when they get stopped, those are problematic for me, right? An African having a shea butter shop in my community, that don't mean as much to me as Carmelo's 35. Stop me if I'm tripping.
you ain't tripping. That's why I ain't stopping you.
You dig what I'm saying? Like, I'm just saying, like, even in this argument, if I'm just being completely real, it seemed like some real scary hoe ass shit. It's like you got somebody that just slapped you in your mouth multiple times, slapped skin off your face, blood out your mouth. And instead of punching him in the face, you turn around and say, but Mobutu, you the problem. And now you want to walk away and go beat up Mobutu. Mobutu ain't
Nah,
just slap you in your mouth and give Carmelo 35. That wasn't
yeah,
Mobutu.
that's called deflation, what you just did there, right? Because let's be very frank, it ain't like FBA people popped out and they was like, yeah, fuck them Africans.
That is
If
exactly
we be
what
hold
happened.
up, stop. It's really not, because what
That's
literally
exactly what
happened
happened.
was Africans literally was like, well, where are you from? Like, where are you don't even know where you're from. Like, we cannot act like that's not a thing that existed prior to even FBA being a thing, a talking point, right?
Yeah,
Where
but see, this
Africans
the
are telling,
problem,
hold
though.
up, stop, don't do that, chill, Willie.
Yeah, my fault.
So they brought this up and said this to us for many times before you even heard of FBA. Well, y'all don't even know where y'all from. And now all we said, and I've always said this to y'all from this show over there to Q. You know, I've always said this. The FBA thing ain't about separation; it's about distinction. We're giving ourselves. We're saying we're not just African Americans. We're not just people of African descent in America. They're just trying to give names to the specific group because that's the same way it helps Jamaicans, the Africans. How you don't just say, "Oh, all Africans." You kept pointing out Nigerians. You can't do that without the proper name, right? If we just call them the Africans, that doesn't help them even with the reparations. A lot of these points, if they are somehow harmed because we said we don't want to be classified as African Americans, why would you be mad that people are saying Well, what y'all mad for? Because that's the whole thing with the African FBA thing. It's Africans who clearly be mad at us because they like, oh, you don't want to be of African descent? Ain't nobody saying you ain't of African descent. We saying what we are currently is not just people of African descent. Shouldn't be
No,
nothing wrong with that,
KT.
bro.
No, KT. That literally is the argument, right? Like people are saying all of a sudden that we were indigenous to this land. We don't have any African connections. That's the argument that comes out of FBA. I'm talking about because I go to the top. I ain't talking about none of you niggas that just have the jersey, right? Like your leader, the creator of your movement is Tariq Nasheed, right? FBA is talking about that black people celebrated Arutussis. Arutussis. Look it up, right? This is what FBA is saying our people in America were doing. I can tell you without a doubt, because I asked my great grand, right? She ain't never celebrate Arutussis in her life. We wasn't out here speaking Tutnese. Now y'all want to make the Gullah Geechee, who created a city called Angola, right? Why? Because they from Angola in Africa. Now y'all want to make them Indians? This is my beef. FBA very much tethers on people who were in no way connected to them, right? If you don't rock with Africans, you don't rock with the Gullah Geechee. Their dialect is based on an African dialect. So my thing is, if you want to create your own identity and something new, that's cool. But you got to start from that moment you create that. You can't go back and attach yourself to Malcolm. Malcolm was working with Patrice Lumumba, an African. These things are fact.
That don't make. Let me ask you a question. When Negroes stopped calling themselves Negroes and started saying they're African Americans, did the Negroes before now not, was they still not part of that group?
Ask the question again, like in a
When
clearer way.
Negroes, you know how at first they was called Negroes or Afro Americans. Then they became African Americans. You know, did they say we don't use any of that Negro shit? We don't use none of that Afro stuff.
Yes,
It's all
Black people.
African American
Yes.
moving forward.
Black
You're-
people
you're-
always said that. Yes.
You are lying, William. You are
Nah,
lying,
that's-
okay?
Yo, bro, that is a fact.
Listen. Malcolm and them was called Negroes. Are they not a part of African American Black History Month?
Yes, they are.
Okay, it carries over. It carries over, brother.
No,
that doesn't
but
make
wait,
sense.
what carries over? What I'm
The
saying
history,
to you
the
is,
lineage,
hold
the
on. What I'm
things.
saying to you is, this FBA group has detached themselves from the term African American, right? That's where the
Yeah,
delineation.
just
hold
as
on,
African Americans detach themselves from Negroes, right?
Good.
African American detach themselves from Negroes. Because you ain't saying they detached
No,
them
that's
in no
not
way.
true.
You're trying to say that
That's
the
not
whole
true.
thing is that the name changed and now that's detaching. Because what your point from the beginning was, well,
wait,
these
that's
Africans
the
come over
argument
here.
you're making.
Hear me out, Willie. You said from the beginning, well, all of the Africans that come over here like the wealthiest of their country, so they already kind of fuck niggas. But then the niggas who, that's not a whole representation of Africans, right?
Correct.
So how can you sit there and then say, well, for the FBA, I'm not listening to what most of the people who say they're FBA are talking about. I just hear what Tariq saying. When I know me and you done been on panels with Q on this joint. Bro, you know most people say they don't even mess with Tariq.
But
People
that's
saying
but
they mess
that's
with
the
FBA
problem.
say they don't even know who Tariq is like that.
That's the problem, though. You're comparing a national movement that has the audacity to call itself a biological lineage. You're comparing that to a random African coon that left his country. They don't play out the same, right? So I'm saying to you, like, it is disrespectful to me when FBA say we don't associate with African American. All right, so you're literally telling me you don't rock with my people because my people in America identified as African American. Now, you were talking about when African American was being used. I hope you ain't talking about Jesse Jackson, are you? Because I'll take you all the way back to the
Yeah, yeah. I
1700s.
mean, I'm talking about when it's official name change. Before then, that's what I'm saying. What you doing in the odd way is you about to bring up how the term was already used prior. Not saying it wasn't, never been my claim. My claim is that officially at a certain point, 1990 something, if I'm not mistaken, or late 80s, that's when the official name change on paper became African American. And I'm saying once that name changed, that doesn't mean, oh, we're no longer Negroes. Because that's what I'm saying. If you're talking about Tariq, again, most people say they FBA don't even rock with Tariq because they say he be saying stupid stuff.
Now,
if
here's
you
the
listen
difference.
to most of the community, they're
Now,
sitting
here's
there
the
just
difference.
saying.
Now, I get your point. I get your point 100%. Here's the difference, right? African Americans were typically, I ain't even going to say typically, because in the 1800s, there really was no Pan-African movement as of yet. They just recognized where they knew their lineage came from. They recognized the things that had been passed down through them slave quarters, and they were redefining themselves. But at no point were they pushing anyone out. So it wasn't like if you are a Negro, you're not African American. No, the conversation was more, stop letting these crackers call you Negro and know that you are an African American. You are your own people. Like, it was about instilling pride. That's not what FBA is about. FBA is literally built around delineation, pushing other groups out. And the crazy part about that is, if that's what you're doing, if I'm going on my history, you are literally pushing my people out. And we've been in South Carolina, not South, Souse, South Carolina, low country, South Carolina, since the 1800s. But you're pushing us out as well if you're saying, oh, now you're a tether for even identifying with your African history. Then you get these same niggas asking black people stupid questions. Well, what tribe are you from? Nigga, I don't know. I was kidnapped. I know I came in a boat from over there, though. That I know. So I'm not saying I'm Labutu. I'm not saying I'm what do they call them? Igbo American. I'm not saying I'm a Hausa American. Well, I am a Mandingo American, though. I know my heritage. I'm Mandingo. I could tell by my DNA. My wife told me I was Mandingo. But what I'm saying is, like, now black people start using them goofy ass arguments. Like the history documented exactly what tribe they took us from. No, we was all put in a boat and we became our own black melting pot, right? And cultures came from that. And after about 150 years of that, when slavery is about to wrap up, they want to get us up out of here and send us home. And at that point, we said, are we free? Nah, we's black, Negro, African Americans, and we staying here. We're our own people. We're not Africans, but we all together. Blacks, Negroes, Nigmas, and African Americans. We all together. There was no delineation back then.
Nah, it
Internally.
was. It's always been a delineation. Matter of fact, it's always been a separation. If you want to go back further to the slave days, guess what? I would call you a house Negro in a certain set of circumstances, correct?
But a house Negro isn't a delineation.
Oh, it is. We don't mess with you,
Wait.
and we do not trust you.
You niggas ain't delineating from Tim Scott. He's still an FBA Negro. He's just a coon. A coon's a coon's a coon. That don't change. So we weren't concerned with delineating from coons. If anything, we were concerned with pointing them out. Yeah, that's a coon. He's the one that's going to tell master when we run away. So look, is we going to kill him or is we going to sneak out when he ain't looking? Right? That was the conversation.
No, is that everything you talking about is how to get rid of him, right?
It wasn't about
everything you brought up was how to get rid of or exile him, right? We not letting him in on the information. We not trying to chill with cuz. We not trying to do nothing with him, right?
That's not a delineation.
That is, but because it's not about a delineation. Like you keep trying to make it. I have not heard, and you know you have not heard most people. I've seen a lot of people
deals with people, right? FBA deals with separating yourself from other groups of people. Groups.
No, it doesn't.
Right?
That's what I said. Listen, if Jamaicans say, do we call them Jamaican Africans? Do we call them Jamaican Africans? No. We
In
know
wait,
what
wait,
you're
wait, wait, wait,
descended
wait.
of
In
because of
Jamaica,
your
wait,
skin
wait,
color.
wait, slow. Let's go slow. In Jamaica, is that what you're asking me?
In America, Jamaica, anywhere.
No, we call them African Americans. We call them black.
No, Jamaicans are even you know what? You're right. That's the problem.
Thank you.
Well, you just said we're gonna call them
Thank you.
African Americans, but guess what? When you say, "Hey, you are African American," they're gonna say, "No, me no blood clot American."
It's not true, bro.
They're gonna be quick to tell you, "No, don't
Yo,
throw me in
let me
that
be
group."
real with you.
Now
Let me
if
be
they're
real.
gonna be a rapper,
Hold
right?
on,
Like
KT.
Busta Rhymes.
Hold on, I got
They're
your
gonna
point.
play the
Hold on,
black
KT.
African.
Let me
Go
be
ahead.
real with you, right? I crash out on Dominicans all the time. For me, no black. Papa, I don't know. You don't know. You go over.
That's it. That's it. They don't care, goddammit. We'll see y'all asses tomorrow. Y'all barely hit the goddamn like button. Shame on you. I was cooking early in the AM. Shame on you. These two brothers was cooking, and y'all still didn't hit the damn like button. Shame on you. Maybe tomorrow you'll do better. For all the people that didn't hit any of the support buttons, there's plenty of them for you to hit. If you didn't hit one of those support buttons,
Nothing wrong with being. Let me